Hello everyone, welcome back to the last day of racing here at the GJ Gardner Oceania Championships 2026 here in Cambridge. There we are, it is raining today, or drizzly. It hasn't rained that much as in like hard rain, but it's just drizzly, but it's still pretty sticky and warm. Walking into the velodrome here a little while back to get everything going, it's still quite humid in here too and hot, so not nearly as bad as it was last night. It got really hot last night, but still going to be warm for the riders. Everyone will be feeling the effects of many days of racing, and we'll see how that goes for some of them. I'm sure they'll be pushing the boundaries a little, but that's good. Just getting set up with the commentary team. I think we've got Simon here to kick off. Got Sean on the #1 camera. He's here, ready to go, and mostly set up at this end. Right off the bat, I've got the poll going. I can see it. We've tried a few different things at this end so that our commentators will be able to see it as well along the way. If I click on that over there. Well, the race is off. New Caledonia at 33%, Queensland at 67% right out of the gate for the Velo X t-shirt today. Sassy got it yesterday.
Saw that, but I suspect with those exact numbers, Damien, that's only 3 votes thus far, so it will be quite easy for this poll to be moved around.
I know, but all bets are on.
All bets are on.
All bets are on. We are also going to try and see if we can have a bit of Q&A there, which hopefully Simon can see and I can scroll down quick enough.
I've got my glasses on, Damien. I can see it.
Anyways, we will be underway here shortly. In the meantime, we will, if I could find it, start the session.
Shot. Number 20. Eight.
Sounds like they're getting organised down on the infield there. You can see the riders from the first event, the women's omnium scratch race, event 112, 7.5 Ks.
Right, everyone, welcome back to the final day of the Oceania Track Champs. Big shout out to GJ Gardner, the local Waipa franchise, home builders, who have become the principal sponsor for the 2026 Oceania Track Champs. A big thank you to them. And they also supported the Road Nationals last week. So, format today, we've got under 19 or junior omnium on today. So we'll see the women up first for the omnium scratch race, followed by the men. Then next after that, we're going to have the elite time trial. So men and women, this is over 4 laps or 1 kilometre, so either TT or keirin in that sense. Then we're going to see para-men individual pursuit. We'll be back for the women and men's omnium tempo race. And then we've got some more para pursuits for other grades. And then we will round out the morning session around about 1 o'clock with the elite men's points race. So that is the format we've got on today. So the field for this, up on the rail, we are going to see, well, at the moment we haven't got Shayla Sales from Canterbury who's going to sit up the front. So in black from Counties Manukau, that is Neve McKenzie. Behind her from Queensland, Sienna Monteith. Holly Bishop behind her from Auckland as well. Lily Harvard in blue, cycling Otago, and Eva Wyman from the Te Aomori Sports Club is your rail. And then down on the blue, lining up for Queensland, that's Megan Moore. And behind her, Maya Pepper out of Auckland. Lily Keast from Canterbury behind her. Madeline Bell, Counties Manukau, and Hazel Johnson from Counties Manukau round out the field. So possibly Shayla Sayers is scratched, I'm guessing. So scratch race, for those not familiar, is just like a road cycling race. It's going to be over 30 laps or 7.5 kilometres. And first on the line is winner takes all. Okay. True. So they roll us away. Morning, Mike. Okay, Mike, welcome back. You did the late night shift for the Madison last night. Thank you for being back here again this morning.
Yeah, it was a big day yesterday.
You'll be in need of a coffee?
I'll leave it all to you guys tonight, though.
No, it's fair enough. You guys gave me last night off.
So, start of the Omnium with a scratch race for the under-19 woman. And just going through and off at the moment. 29 laps to go. They'll just be feeling themselves. There'll be some tired legs in there as well after their...
Yeah, 4 days of full racing, and they say that Madison for them yesterday, early evening was theirs? Try me, or did they have
the points race?
Points race for them yesterday, sorry, it was too. So, true, we talked about what this race is. The Omnium is the first of 4 races, so they'll get points based on their placing here, and that will go towards the next 2 races, and that gives them their starting points tally for a points race for race 4 of the Omnium. That'll be towards the end of the evening.
Correct. Winner of the scratch race gets 40 points and goes down from there. And same thing happens with the tempo and the elim. Their points that they accrue during that don't go towards it. It's just an overall point strategy at the moment. And then when the points race is done this evening, the points that they get for the points race will then go towards their overall standings.
So, Queensland riders just tapping away on the front. We saw them going really strongly in that points race yesterday. I think they picked up 1 and 2 in the points race with Neve McKenzie from Counties.
1 and 3.
1 and 3. Neve just pipped them in the end.
Yeah, Neve had a strong sprint at the end.
That's right. She snuck off and essentially got herself a bit of a lead rather than leaving it to just a sprint against them, because the Queensland girls show they had a quick turn of pace.
So Sienna was very, very strong last night. She's just stretching the legs of the girls, seeing what they've got left in the tank.
Bit of a leg opener, bit of a wake up.
I think sometimes it's good to do that if you haven't had a great warm up.
So I certainly think in the
So
way...
Megan last night was very, very dominant. So she's just rolled off the front. She comes back down to find Sienna, and Neve McKenzie's gone off the front.
And so if you're wanting to pick her out, Megan Moore from Queensland is the sort of taller of the two with the white helmet just off the front at the moment.
Sienna lapping off, making Neve do the work to try and chase her down, which is smart bike riding. Neve's been a very strong road rider in New Zealand.
She's been riding track about 3 months or so.
Yeah. So now we've got, so it looks like young Keys, she's coming across. She's done a good job. Lily Keys, nice work. Last night, Lily's very, very strong bike rider. She just got caught out in the wrong position last night, and so she obviously wanted to rectify that. The old saying, the best time to close a gap is now. She took that philosophy and did it very, very well, nullified everything. So while she might have dragged the rest of the field back, she certainly stopped those 3 dominant riders from having a go.
So one of the Counties girls, Holly Bishop, made a little attack going off the front.
Sienna's very active this morning. She's chasing her down. She really wants to get off the front. Lily Keys doing lots of work again in the background.
So Lily Harvard on the front at the moment from Otago. Don't see very many giant track bikes, do we, Mike?
No, we don't. Isn't it amazing how times have changed? Like 5 years ago, this would have been a field full of Cervelo T4s.
A few Avantis still kicking around, probably.
Yep. Now I think have we got one in the field.
Yeah, one Cervelo and probably not a single Avanti in that bunch.
So no one wanting to do the work back. Sienna just working a nice tempo.
Here and Holly working well together. While the bunch sits high, they've taken about a third of a lap.
It's going to be approaching half a lap. You see now, it's pretty much half a lap.
It's a good day to be indoors today, isn't it, Mike? It's pretty wet outside.
Yeah, I've got to say I feel for it. Like only half an hour from here, we've had not much rain. We might have had 10 mils of rain overnight. I don't know. I might be wrong. But certainly half an hour from here, they've had over 300 mils of rain and severe flooding. So we feel for the people, I guess, in the lower Waikato King Country area. They've been hit pretty hard.
I hadn't actually seen the number was that heavy for Otago, Waitomo. I've seen some of the pictures, certainly, in terms of how ugly it is, but I hadn't actually seen it's 300 mils. It's amazing how you get these localised, we'll call them thunderstorm events at the moment.
Yeah, we seem to be getting these lows come down from the Coral Sea. So we're not going to thank Australia for sending those big storms down to us in the summer. We seem to get every summer nowadays. The track riders like it. Air pressure drops. Track gets nicer to ride on. So Sienna and Holly doing a very good job here.
Yeah,
They're
bunch
over
is
half a lap now.
really sitting up that you can't see. They're essentially 4 or 5 wide, blue line and above, just tempoing. And the 2 girls on your screen, you'll almost see them come into the camera shot just as the bunch goes out now.
I'm surprised that Neve and Megan have been so patient. Here they go.
They must have heard you.
Yeah.
Exactly as you're saying it, those 2 have jumped away from the bunch on the other side of the screen.
So this will make it hard for Sienna again. And Holly, they just need to get in that draft. Holly find it hard. She needs to find the wheel of Megan. She's been out the front for a long time.
Yeah, it's really motivated the remaining 6 girls in the bunch to try and move up. So Neve and Megan lapping it out up in front, off the front of the main bunch. In the group you can see these are our 2 leaders who are about probably only 20 metres now.
Yeah.
Off the back of the bunch.
Sienna's looking pretty good. She's pretty gritty.
You can see that's the gap she's got to make to get to the back of the group.
That's all she's got to do. She's got 15 metres to get there. She's riding very well.
Holly, it's got a bit harder for her now that she's got out of that draft. But if
Need everyone cheering for Holly. She's done a great effort. Oh, and Sienna decides she wants to keep right in the front. She wants to make it hard for Neve and Megan.
So Holly is now technically the front of the race.
Yep.
Neve is a lap up. Those are the 2. Oh, no, just not in shot for you. So this is the front of the race there, Holly. That is Neve and Megan chasing.
That's delayed.
Yep.
That's not live. Well, that's live, but it's 60 seconds delayed.
Okay.
So Sienna now driving. She's gone off the front of the main bunch.
And Neve and Megan are about to catch Holly.
Holly might have almost been better just to sit up and wait for these 2 and just get on the back.
Well, particularly now if she'd had height to be able to drop down them, whereas they're going to roll over and she can't use gravity to accelerate. I'm not sure she's going to be able to accelerate onto that wheel.
Yes.
Hopefully she can. No.
She's worked so hard.
Okay, so technically the front of the race is now Neve and Megan on your camera shot. Obviously we have Sienna, who's picked up a full lap and is up in the bunch. So at the moment she would get 1 if we were to finish at this point and get the maximum points.
So Sienna's making it really hard for Megan and Neve. She's
Yeah, they're not going to be able to catch back onto the bunch with only a lap to go from here. These 2 will start thinking about their sprint.
So can Neve get around Megan?
So this is it, final sprint for maximising points. Neve's up on Megan's hip, but Megan will take that one. Megan gets maximum points.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Sienna.
Sienna gets maximum points. Yep. Thank you, Fish.
Nice ride. So they were the 3 strongest riders last night in their points race as well, eh? So
Hey, we've just found out that Giant Frame won a world championship a few years ago. So there we go.
wow.
It's got history.
Nice ride by Holly.
That's live now on your screen.
Okay.
That's live.
Cool, thank you.
Does that mean that we were commentating and people were getting the picture 60 seconds later?
No. Yeah, you commentate and it's a 60-second delay.
So now we've got the junior men under 19s up for their scratch race for the start of their omnium.
Big field,
Big
which is
field.
good. Makes good racing.
We said it earlier in the week. It's like a lot of the Kiwi riders, we don't often get full fields of 24 to be able to race against each other. So it's wonderful having the Australians come across in such good numbers. And it can only improve the standard of our cycling here. Hopefully it improves the Australian cycling as well. Otherwise I wouldn't be here, obviously, but there's some of these guys have been exceptional. Lachlan Walters, I've been very impressed with him all week. Alec from South Australia Sports Institute, he's been very, very good. Oliver Ward, Samuel Hilditch.
So let's run through this
Some
field.
boys.
You can see Lachlan Waters from Queensland. In behind him, Oliver Ward sitting up, poking out round the corner. Samuel Hilditch from Queensland. He's the one in the white helmet. Alec Glucoboli, I haven't actually learned how to pronounce that surname, should get down in there today. Then from Southland, Benson Boys, Oliver Keast, Remy Dalton, Jack Sloan, Max Allen, Kieran Moultrie, James Turnbull, and Chad Tarrant. That is your rail. On the blue, Oliver Clark, Jesse Johnson, William Brown, Edward Corbett, Riley Crampton, Daniel Grieve, Jamie Henderson, Jack Allen, Cole Ferrigan, Nick Smith, and Sean Threadgill is your bunch.
I can't see Oliver Keast unless he's down on the blue. But he should be up on the rail.
You're right, not there.
I guess after a long week of racing, there'll be some tired bodies, and obviously when some people get, I guess, run down, they get sick. So there's possibly a few scratches during today.
While we're waiting, Mike, I know I've put a coffee order in. Have you put a coffee order in?
No.
Okay, make sure you sneak your coffee order in today, mate.
So Brendan just doing the last checks, getting people in the right position. Brendan's done a great job, and he's been up on the track all week long. I can't imagine how hard that job has been.
But he always does it with a smile.
He does. On top of that, they've got to control all of the managers for all of the riders, control the emotions of the riders when things don't go their way.
Actually, overall, everything's run really, really well. So huge shout out to the volunteers as well as all the officials. Everything's run really on time. The only thing we've had was the power event yesterday, which turns out it was nothing to do with the velodrome. It was some giant country power spike that flicked the circuit breaker in here, and it wasn't only this place affected. So whether that was something to do with flooding or lightning or something like that. But no, hats off. The meets run really well on schedule all week. So same as the women, this is the first race of the Omnium. This is a scratch race over 30 laps, just like a road race. It's all around your position on the finish line. The winner will take the maximum points of 40 and then 2 down for each place, 38, 36 onwards.
Canterbury and Queensland looking just to push the pace for a start.
I think there was Sean Threadgill who started, I think, right on the back and got himself right to the front pretty quickly.
So Samuel Hilditch through and off on the front. That looks like Lachlan Walters coming through now.
It is.
Benson Boys on the front. Jamie Henderson following him. Remy Dalton behind him. It's awesome. They're all starting pretty frisky by the looks of it. Benson Boys doesn't want to roll to the back. He comes back in fifth wheel.
And it's a long way back with a group this big, isn't it? No, you want to be gaps are there, putting yourself back in partway in the bunch.
Yeah. By now, though, we'll have all had that many races against each other. They'll know who they want to mark, who they want to sit in behind.
Who's been showing form that they have confidence in a wheel. And they may see things where riders that we haven't seen feature get allowed a little bit more rope in this to ride off the front if they chance their arm. So Daniel Grieve on the front now, he flicks off. I think that's Kirill Moultrie from New Caledonia who followed him. And the other rider from New Caledonia, Chad, he just swings off as well. And back to Benson Boys.
Once again, the better riders, Alec Guacamole, again, like he's only come back like 7-8 wheels. He's been there or thereabouts all week. He's, he's been doing a lot of good work. He's always been fighting for a podium. It's been pretty impressive.
Remy Dalton swings off.
Cole.
Oh,
Lachlan Walters again through. Sassy coming through and off on the T4. Greaves through to Benson Boys.
You still got a bit of soft spot for the T4s, Mike? Was your frame for a number of years?
Yeah. Still got it.
We'd go faster?
Sold one. I've still got one. It's collecting dust.
Oh, winter's coming. Plenty of time to get in here again.
So Jack Allen rolls off the front. Beg your pardon, Jamie Henderson. Jack Allen's now come off the front. Max Allen coming through. Cole Feringer.
Benson Boys, Chad from New Caledonia.
So the pace has just come out of it a bit. 21 laps to go. It'll be interesting to see when someone wants to just try and stretch the legs of a few. I've been very impressed with the Sassy riders all week. Very, very competitive.
They say they've got 4 guys in this bunch, so it shows they've obviously got a good little training group there to be able to, obviously we saw their phenomenal team pursuit they put out earlier in the week. So pace building a little bit now. We're 1/3 distance done, 2/3 to go. No one particularly showing their hand yet.
Jamie Henderson laps off from second wheel. Crafty bike rider. He's not a guy you really want to take to the line. He's got a very, very good kick.
Oh, here we go. First move coming around. Yeah, Sammy Hidditch sort of looked like he was going to do something, but got watched pretty quickly. Oliver Clark from Canterbury was on the front there.
They need to get it down on that pole line now.
Two Canterbury boys swing off. Lachlan follows them up the track. Good crowds come in being the weekend. It's actually quite a bit cooler in here than it was yesterday. That mugginess has gone a bit. It's a half distance, still no big attacks shown by anybody yet. But last day of this race meet, lots of racing done.
Yeah, we can assure you the points race tonight will not be like this. As we've seen though, like the guys, I guess the guys that don't have a big kick, they'll know that they don't really want to take Benson Boys to the line. Otherwise, you know, some of these guys might be just content to ride in for a 3rd or 4th in the scratch race and just try and fly under the radar. There'll be some that'll want to flex and they'll want to try and win, but sometimes, you know, when it comes to later on in the meet, you know, you get allowed to do more things come points race. If you're sitting 4th or 5th, you know, you're heavily marked if you're first or second. So sometimes it's better just to come into that final race
Just under the
just
radar.
under the radar. You get harder to mark.
And as you say, you might put everything in just to roll somebody's wheel. Everyone, no, racers want to win. But, yeah, is it going to be worth the 2 points if it's just picking up one spot in this event, but you're having to push some time in the wind in the last few laps? Okay, we come in, 10 laps to go. Still just through a training tempo at this stage.
Now they're all starting to overthink things. Now we've got Canterbury just pushing the front. Are they doing it just to find position? Is he going to lap up or is he going to carry on? He laps up. Finds the fence, has a good look down the track.
3,000
Good
South
bike riding.
Australian boys will follow each other up. Benson boys, he swings off. Followed by a couple of the Counties Manukau riders. I think that's Jesse Johnson from Canterbury. Kieran Moultrie, he goes high on the boards. Oliver Clark follows him. Still nobody committing.
Ideally, these guys should all be trying to fight for that. You know, you've got to be first 5 wheels with 3 laps to go. You really want to be in the first 3 wheels with a lap to go, depending on what you want to get out of the scratch.
So Nick Smith swings up.
James Turnbull now. Max Allen finds some height. Max Allen's going to throw the gauntlet.
Here we
at them.
go. First big move. 6 laps to go.
He just happened to do it on the sassy bike riders who have got big engines. But Max is really laying it down now. He's a rider that seems to attack, sits up, attacks, sits up. But he certainly ignited the field. Now the 3 sassy riders are chasing very, very hard.
Wheel 3 is Alec for them. Move coming up on the outside now.
Another sassy rider coming forward.
That's
Sassy.
Jack Sloan.
I've obviously got a very good game plan.
Lachlan Waters on him.
This is a big lead out. Oh, nice. He's lapped off and he's come back into 4th, 5th wheel.
Good little move by Max Allen. He's still out there. He gave it a real good surge. They're potentially going to get him now as they come in to get 2 laps to go, but it was a well-timed move to chance his arm.
Yeah, poor Max peddling squares now.
Here comes the bunch, South Australian
Sassy have
boys.
set this up beautifully. So it's Alec in second wheel. Like they're going
So it's South Australia,
fast.
South Australia, Canterbury, South Australia, Queensland.
I tell you what, and because of the speed, they've put Benson boys back in about 15th position. Jamie Henderson's back there. Sassy coming through with a white helmet. I think it's Alec. They've set themselves up wonderfully.
It might be Riley Crampton. He's going to pick up second. That is 2:07 by the looks. Alex, Guacamole. He gets the maximum points there. Or Guacamole, sorry, it's been pronounced in the middle.
We did say early, watch out for Alec.
Yeah.
That's a great sprint. And beautifully worked by the sassy bike riders. And, you know, when you think of it for a start, I'm not sure where Benson boys ended up, but Benson's won a fair bit this week, and I have a funny feeling he might have been, just with how close everything was and how fast it was, he might have been back around 10th, which will give him something to think about.
Yeah, because as you say, it's all very well to just finish a couple of places back, but right, as soon as you finish 10 times 2, you're now 20 points. You've got to find a lap later on. Or finish that many points and places in front of one of your competitors in one of the next 2 races.
So now we move to the elite women's time trial. So they've got qualifying, so top 8 will qualify. I'm not sure. We have 6 heats.
Looks like we're going to be running
Both sides
of the track. We'll need to find Damien and get him to...
So first heat, Morella, Willis Hell and Victoria Smith. Morella is from Norwood and Victoria is from Rockhampton Cycling Club. So I think it's only the second year. They obviously moved. The women's time trial went from 500 metres out to 1,000 metres. So you're a different type of bike rider to win the time trial now than what you were 2 years ago.
Yeah, as a woman, you could just be a sprinter, and it was very much favoured to that type of athlete. So we might not have a rider on the back straight for this first time, maybe, because the gate hasn't been taken out. So on the front straight, we're going to have Morella Wills-Hell hopping onto her bike. There is a gate's now been taken out the back straight. Bike is coming up.
That was late.
Very late.
Morella will be very thankful for that. Every tenth of a second counts for these. So
Victoria Smith from Rockhampton is going to be our rider on the back straight.
You always feel, when you see the IPs and suddenly you see someone out there by themselves when they're running both sides of the track, and you know it's going to hurt them by a couple of seconds.
It's amazing, is that even just that little bit of extra draft by somebody circulating 100 metres away from you all helps. Okay, so on the right-hand stride that you're seeing at the moment, that's Victoria Smith on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side, Morella Wills-Hell.
The kit is very similar. Victoria's kit very, very similar to the Waikato kit that we used to race in. I used to love that kit. It's a good-looking kit.
No longer allowed, is it? End of the centre kit being worn. Must be club only in New Zealand. So both ladies away quite cleanly. Both just on 22.1 seconds, so very, very close opening laps.
Victoria opting for the sprint bars, while Morella is on the IP bars.
Morella's ridden nice lines on that lap.
So once again, some riders will have different strategies. There will be some riders that know they can get out to a very, very good 3 laps, and during qualifications they might just ride to qualify and save their legs in that final lap so they don't lactate up too much, while others are just fighting to make sure that they make the final tonight.
So the go through, Victoria, she is fastest qualifier now that we've had one round. 1:14.5 for her and 1:15.4 for Morella. Yeah, as you say, we saw those that set the fastest time in the junior men's and women's. In both cases, were not able to get close to replicating that in the evening. And I think they both went from being fastest qualifier to picking up the bronze. So you're right, might be a bit of a tactic that some of these older, more experienced riders might try, just thinking things ahead.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, right? Because if at least if you qualify first, you get to see what everyone has done, and you need to know what you need to put out there. Whereas if you're riding third to last or in the middle and fourth, you don't quite know what's going to happen the back end. But I mean, really, it's an event, and all you can do is put your head down, go as hard as you can, and hopefully you don't die too early.
Yeah, and you say no one really has any coaches out there giving them a call to go, you've done enough, just roll this last lap or something. So
correct. That's one thing you'll see. Like the coaches are not allowed on the track to call or anything like that during the time trial.
Okay, so on the screen at the moment, front straight, that is Hope Hartley from Castlemaine Cycling Club. Hartley, probably. And on the back straight, from Western Australia, Isla Carr. Both ladies get out of the gate. Look like we're pushing some pretty big gears here for both of them.
Isla looks like she's on a really big gear.
So putting lots of effort in to get it up and rolling.
Now she's on top of it.
So Hope was a bit quicker through that first half lap.
Isla looks like she's come back at it just slightly.
So Hope was about a 22 start lap. Isla about a 23.
Looks like there's about 3/4 of a second in it, eh? Sorry, we're not getting the splits in front of us at the moment. Now it looks like it's just closing up a little bit.
So they come around to get the bell this time. Lap to go. It's got very close.
Can Isla roll that big gear well enough? I think the gap's going to stay about the same.
Yeah, I think, how you say, Hope's just, well, she's starting to tie up a little bit too, but I think she will just come through. Not much in it. So they go first and second at 112.5 for Hope and 113.1 for Isla.
Next up, we've got Amelia Sykes from Te Awamutu, and we've got Ella Lang from Queensland. So Amelia's on the front straight.
So head 3 and the front straight. Amelia Sykes, Germany Sports Cycling Club. The back straight. Queensland Academy of Sports, Ella Liang.
So Andrew putting her bike in the gate.
So Amelia's coming up in the Te Awamutu Cycling Club she now rides for. And Ella on the back straight is in the Queensland Maroon. You were saying it's really started to hose down outside here because we can hear the rain in the roof of the building, that's for sure. But nice and dry in here and nowhere near as warm. It's much more pleasant in here today.
It is a pleasant morning. Yeah, these the outside conditions should be quite conducive to very quick times.
I should go and look at
on
that.
the
Let me
track.
try and find that air pressure.
Amelia out the gate well.
Queensland
So
rider looks
Ella
like
coming
she's...
through. She's slightly up.
Yeah, good start by Ella. Both ladies into the aero position now. Ella's really low, isn't she?
She's
She's got her
very
helmet
aero.
almost below her hips.
Yeah,
That will be very slippery
close.
and
She's
fast.
just up.
But
So
Amelia's
as they-
position looks good as well.
As they
Helmet
come
tucked
through,
nicely
just
into
a
the shoulders.
complete lap 2. That'll be the fastest lap they do. Now it's just a matter of who can hang on.
It's very close between the two
Ella's
of them.
still slightly up.
So as they come around to get the bell to start their last lap,
Amelia might just, she just
essentially rounded up. They're both 52 and a
same.
half seconds at this point.
who can hold on? Amelia's up now, I think.
Yeah, Ella, I think, just starting to bind a bit. Amelia's going to come through and take it out. So I've pulled out the air pressure map. For as wet as it is outside, it's not super friendly. It's not sub 1,000 millibars, where maybe 1,008, 1,010 out there. It could be more favourable.
They'll still take it.
Yeah.
It's better than 1,030. So now we've got Mickey Milne from Te Awamutu and Claudia Marks from the Australian national team. So Mickey's on the front straight, Claudia's on the back straight. I have to say, Simon, like for many years, you've seen the Australian team, and this is outside looking in obviously, but they've been very proactive at getting all of their riders to do the kilo.
Yep.
Men and obviously now the women. The CNZ actually, they haven't really pushed their riders to do that. But when you think of, you know, how well the Australians have gone over the last dozen years, maybe it's a good thing.
Maybe, yeah. Because you know you're going to guarantee to make everyone understand what hurt feels like.
Well, I guess you need to have an engine that's big enough to be able to do 3 team sprints in a day as well.
Yep.
So all those adaptations, you know, physical adaptations have got to be beneficial.
Okay, clock's about to go.
Mickey out the gate.
Good strong throw from the Australian. Obviously trained to that start technique. You see that real throw of her hips when riders have sort of done a lot of that to get their body moving and then drag the bike with them. So she's just up on the start.
Nice cadence on top of her gear.
So Claudia Marks, she's on those factors that the Australians rode at the Olympics. A very modern wind tunnel tested frame design, slightly wider forks.
Great position.
So Claudia's gone right to the top of the leaderboard. Mackenzie Milne pretty close in 4th as well. As they come through to get the bell, Claudia stopping the clock at 50.8 or 50.9 if we round it up. She's looking pretty tidy. She's driving it really nicely. No sign of fade from her. She has ridden this kilo superbly.
Beautiful ride.
Nice fast time. 106.4. Mackenzie Milne finishes in 110.1. And to give you a gauge, national record for New Zealand is 104.5 and world record 103. And as you said, Mike, as you put it all out there, we're going, I just need to do enough to be able to ride fast when it matters later on today.
Yeah, that's right. Now with our T-shirt draw this morning, New Caledonia 41%, Queensland 41%. No one from South Australia is wanting to help.
Well, it's pretty early there.
It is.
Western Australians, you've made a
6 hours.
superb effort to be up at this early and getting any votes in at all. So well done. New Caledonia.
Western Australia is 6 hours. Perth is 6 hours at 18%.
Yeah. Some people have got out of bed very early to watch their family and friends ride.
It is 6 hours, isn't it?
Something like that, I think.
Yeah. Certainly takes over 6 hours to travel there by plane from New Zealand.
Yeah, she's a good haul. And look, hats off to them. They've obviously had to travel the furthest to get here. There'll only be limited number of direct flights from Perth into Auckland, so I imagine lots of combinations they might have looked at that would have been via Melbourne, Sydney, whatever it was to get here.
So now we've got Caitlin Kelly back straight for G-Force Cycling and Maya Dillon on the front straight here for Western Australia.
So Maya's obviously a sprinter. She's going for the sprint bars. Look, Caitlin Kelly is absolutely a sprinter as well, but she's going for the aero bar setup. Both quick half laps from the two ladies. Both running just over 21 seconds.
Maya just up at the moment.
Both look to be rolling those double discs nicely.
Maya still just up.
So Maya second at this point in time. Going to come through, get the bell now. 52.5 seconds in round figures. I think it was 53.8 for Caitlin.
Still very, very smooth. Either the track is just starting to bite or...
You can see Caitlin's having to work hard now. She's pushing, trying to get that bike around for this last half lap.
Nice.
Sprinters going, that's just half a lap too far, thank you. So, nice ride by both ladies. They're currently sitting 5th and 6th. And we come into the final two riders, both from the Australian national team. On the front straight, we're going to see Alicia McCaig come up. And in the back straight, we've got Lily Tarantoff. I'm going to try and pronounce your name again. Lilia Tarantoff.
Far out. After we've just made that call, Queensland now 45%. Western Australia up to 20%. New Caledonia at 35%.
No daylight saving in Queensland, so their clocks are a little bit closer.
So, clock's on.
Both ladies opting to run sprint bars.
Beautiful
Strong
start
sprinter start from both of them. Oh, nothing in it. Maybe Alicia on the front straight fractionally as they come through to cross for that first lap.
So 20.0, 20.4.
These two ladies are going to be rapid.
Now they're on top of those big gears.
And as you say, they've got them doing it. Means they're both getting start practice, both getting Rider 3 practice for the team sprint. Plus that extra painful lap.
It's good for you. So after 750, 49.6 and 50.4.
They are 1 and 2. Both holding nice body positions. Alicia's looking a little bit in front at the moment still. Oh, and they faded slightly, 2nd and 3rd. I wasn't expecting that, but there you go.
I wouldn't be surprised if they've just ridden those first 3 laps and then just ease off the pedals. They know they've qualified.
Yeah, good advice from the coach, taken on board.
And then later on, is there final later in the session or is it tonight? So elite women's time trial is tonight, around 5:30. So plenty of time to recover.
All right, we jump across to the elite men. We've just got one rider for this first heat.
Got a feel for Jack.
Yeah, he doesn't have that little bit of extra circulation swirl created by having a rider on the other side of the track.
So Jack Dola from Western Australia.
Good start technique by him. Gets his bike up and moving into his work. Looks controlled rather than trying to go super mental hard on the first lap. Not like a team sprint effort, quite well managed into a 0 bars as he crosses the line to do 1 lap.
Nice position. Well on top of the gear.
So halfway mark for our first rider. Just drifting outside, unfortunately, on a few of the corners, so to the red line rather than hugging that black line, doing an extra metre or two that he would rather didn't happen. So the bell goes.
So 50.6 for a 750. Depending on how well he can hold, it's going to be somewhere around
Doesn't look like he's fading.
the 105, is he?
So he finishes strongly.
So 105.9.
Nice opening ride by Jack.
Next up, we've got Joshua Greaves and Lucas Murphy. Lucas Murphy from Taumutu's on the back straight. Josh Greaves from Otago, front straight. So,
Classic battle in opposite styles is about to happen. Sprinter versus enduro.
to give you an idea, the world record for this event is 55.4 seconds by Jeffrey Hoogland from the Netherlands. I don't quite know how you go that fast. It's pretty impressive. So our continental record is Tom Cornish. I don't think Tom's down to do it today. So, and he's 59.2. Our national record is still held by Simon van Veldhoven, 59 seconds. So he went from doing this to being on the America's Cup boats. There's one of our grinders.
And I think he's now retired from being an athlete.
Time to sit back and eat lots of food and drink a couple of suds.
Sorry, I thought it was opposite styles. Apologies. Lucas Murphy on the back straight. So he's very much a strong endurance rider, does well in the pursuit.
Yeah, he'll be slow at the gate, but he certainly won't fade. And Josh is just a big, strong unit from Otago, isn't he? He only knows one way, and it's going as hard as he can.
Josh has gone well in the endurance races. He's still a young guy, isn't he? Maybe 20 or younger?
19, yeah.
So both them down to the error bar positions.
So 21.2 and 21.6 opening laps.
I'd swear Lucas just looked up at the screen then to see what his opening lap was.
I'll tell you what, Lucas, that's a great opening lap for Lucas. So Lucas has been a national time trial
champion on the road a couple of times.
on the road, yeah.
Very, very even at this stage between these two. Jack still fastest at this point. They continue to be second and third as they got the bell that time.
I would say Lucas Murphy's still going to do a 14-second final lap. So I think he's going to be somewhere around, was he going to be around 105 again? So
You're
Lucas
right.
Murphy, 105.
He goes to the top of the leaderboard at this stage with that effort.
So Lucas down for the first 750 and then didn't fade. I'd suggest his final lap was probably a low 14.
You see Joshua Grieve finishing off with a 106.5. Young man who's done a lot of racing in the last week, so good effort by him. Right, next up, front straight, Toby Jones. Shout out to the Jones family in Queensland. Morning, Ian. And on the back straight, Oliver Watson-Palmer. So shout out, no doubt, to family watching from Queenstown. This morning, Darryl. Hopefully you've got better weather down there in Queenstown than we've got up here today. So Toby was at Junior Worlds last year as part of the Australian team. So this is his first year moving up to elite. Really nice young man, billeted with us a year or so ago.
out the gate well. Both riders are endurance riders, so don't look for a 18-second first lap, but they will certainly build speed well, and they won't fade quite as fast as what most sprinters will in the final lap.
Both on the aero bars, rolling the double disc quickly. Tucked down, looking as good positions. No, Toby's incredibly tall, but he's got a very good flat back position that sits through there.
So Ollie's sub 35 for his 500. He's going good.
Ollie's a few years older. He went to Junior Worlds as part of the New Zealand team a few years before Toby. He's up at the moment. Fastest qualifier. These guys actually both sitting 1 and 2, so they're both rolling pretty quickly. 125 metres to go for both of them. Both looking really smooth.
103.7 for Ollie. That's a very, very good time for Ollie. I think that'd be the best kilo Ollie's put together. Well done.
You can see him really giving it absolutely everything now. You normally see pursuit riders holding, I call, quite stable, solid form. He was just going for it. Toby, good ride by him as well. We didn't get the time up there. Unfortunately, Liam not starting in this one. And we've just got one competitor on the back straight, Zach Patterson. Zach's left his road bars on, hasn't gone for a zero setup.
Zach, very, very powerful rider.
Picked up a win at Tour of Southland recently.
Well, he's had multiple. I think he's had 3 stage wins Southland now over the last 3 or 4 years. So he's certainly a guy you don't want to take to the line. He's a very, very good sprinter.
Unfortunately, due to a medical thing, he had to pull out and not finish Tour of Southland. So that was pretty recent, so might not have cooked his legs as much as some of the others.
Oh, he just bit the gate slightly. So, as a junior, Zach rode in Australia for many, many years. So a lot of Australians will be familiar with Zach. Now, looking at that, I think Zach is just participating.
Yep, I think he's
in
decided
this,
that actually
so
I
he can
don't have
do
what
the
it takes to smash this event and do the points race
do
later
the
on.
Points race later on, and that's where he's going to spend his chips. But he looks incredibly smooth. So, but yeah, as I was saying, like Zach with the junior racing in Australia was very, very prominent and won a lot. And when he was, I want to say 16, he came back to live in Hamilton. Now lives in Cambridge. Went to Cambridge High, and
yeah, so Zach rolls a 111. So to explain things, if they realise that they don't have the legs to be able to ride this in another event that's coming up, they can't actually pull out without incurring, I think it's a 50 Swiss franc fine once you've entered, unless you've got a medical reason to be pulling out. And so, yeah, that's why every now and then you will see somebody going, right, I've entered, I was planning on doing things, but I've just got to roll it through and hope my legs are there for, in his case, it'll be the points race, which is towards the end of the session.
the funny thing with his 111, he looked like he was doing it so damn easy, and so many people would do anything they could to ride a 111.
Yeah. Okay, we've got another scratching in this one because Alex Schuler is also a do not start. So we've just got Harvey from New Caledonia in red in the front straight.
What's going on with our young New Zealand sprinters this morning? So we've got
Been beaten up too
Harvey.
much by the Australians, maybe.
Harvey's impressed me all week. He tries hard. He leaves it all out there. Great young bike rider. Oh, he
just
bit
got
the
caught by that
gate
gate,
pretty
went a
hard.
fraction early.
Use the apron to his advantage. Hopefully he can get on top of the skier quickly.
He's just got to put that gate start out of his head.
Yeah, unfortunately it's cost him a little bit. Still 19.9.
Man, boy's got a quick start then, doesn't he?
Yeah.
If only he hadn't been that fraction
Yeah.
early.
Yeah, so there's an exceptional start lap for an endurance rider.
And obviously, he lives in New Caledonia. They don't have one of these indoor tracks there. They will be training different conditions. Comes over here to Cambridge regularly, so doesn't have the same training opportunities as everyone else in the infield. And seeing him deliver.
So he's 34.3 through 500. Now he's 49.9 through the 750.
And he doesn't have the benefit of somebody riding on the other side.
No. So it looks like it looks like he's done enough to qualify through. He's gone out hard for the 750 and then he's just eased off the final lap.
So 106.566. Oh, they've given him a DQ. Do they believe he pulled out of the gate?
No, it'll be
Early.
because he's ridden down onto the apron.
Oh, onto the blue at the start.
So the commissaires have been trying to, I guess, become more stringent on people using the Cote de Jour down the bottom there. They don't want people riding on the grey area around the bottom of the track. And now that they don't put pads in around the track, a lot of the more savvy starters were using the height of the track.
Getting a little bit of gravity.
To roll down, yeah, and just getting a little bit faster out the gates.
And so it might have even been his intention, it might just be that actually with him mistiming the start, off-balancing things, would have just tipped him to the left, poor guy.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because it was a good ride. He'll be gutted. Feel for him.
Yeah.
All right, two riders out on the track. In blue, this side, New South Wales, Noah Mason. In back straight, Blackburn Cycling Club, Ruben Smith.
Noah is certainly looking more of the sprint build. He's got the sprint bars out. Powerfully built man.
Yep, he was in the Keirin finals there. Well, I don't think he was in the final, but certainly in the B final last night.
Nice reset. He couldn't get any further forward over those handlebars if he tried.
No, a real sprint style start,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
He's up.
Big powerful man rolling the first lap. He'll go slightly in front.
20.1.
Fastest we've seen thus far. Both guys in an aero position trying to push around quickly.
So 33 seconds through the 500. He's flying now. 34 seconds for back straight. Going to end up with a couple of nice times here.
They're still first and third on the board.
I'm impressed with how aero Noah has still managed to be on those sprint bars. Takes a lot of strength, a lot of core strength. So 104 and a 105. So we're second for Noah and fifth for Ruben Smith.
Starting to get quite tight, isn't it? This is where it gets very tricky to go, oh, do you leave a little bit off to save it for later? Becomes hard when it becomes down into such a tight leaderboard.
So front straight, we've got Maxwell Leibenek and backstroke Kai Lart.
So both absolute sprinters, both choosing to run their sprint bars today.
Yeah, both riders very, very impressive riders.
Heat 7, 3 heats to go, including this.
Max is probably a couple of years younger than Kaio.
Sports Institutes. Max will lead it in the back straight.
Yeah, I think they're 1 year different in terms of international things. So Kaio missed out on Junior Worlds because of the COVID, and Max was that first year post-COVID. So Max has been a starter for Team Sprint, I think, since then. So expect to see him put out a very quick start. Kaio's been riding really strongly lately, sporting the black Castelli skin suit in the back straight. Thank you to the volunteers who have been looking after the start gates all week. Both classic sprint starts, getting them underway. So Kaio's finish, I would say, is probably stronger than his start, so I'd expect Max to get up a little bit at the beginning. Actually, it's a great start by Kaio.
Yeah, 11
That is
seconds.
a superb start by him.
So
Kaio's done
18,
an
9, 8 and
18.5.
4.
Okay, no, we've got a technical thing that has happened here. Kaio has set up. He was obviously going out. Similarly, he might have made a call, or his coach has made a call to go, you're just going to ride the opening lap. So he's got to work out what does he need to do.
We need to get off the track.
He's either got to
Max
go
was
up.
coming through 46 seconds for his.
So Max,
it looks like Max has ridden 750 hard.
just hanging on to get through. Is that 102?
I don't quite know what
Okay,
the system's
because
saying. I think he was still a 103 for Maxwell.
Yep.
And but because Kaio was lapped.
Yeah, throws the whole system out. But we know Max has done a quick time, so ignore what the screen is doing. They will be able to go and work that out.
And there's no question Max soft-pedaled that last lap. So I look forward to seeing Max when he opens up fully later on this evening. So Jason Hill was commentating last night. He put Kaio on the gate this morning, so it'll be interesting to see and ask Jason some questions later on.
I think Jason's doing motorbike today. I think must have junior keirin. All right, up next. Finn Carpenter, Western Australia. Back straight, New South Wales, Xavier Bland. All sprinters staying the sprint bar. I suppose it's a whole thing for them to train for a pursuit bar just for this one event and try and get comfortable on it, whereas they spend obviously so many laps rolling in the sprint bar they all know so well.
Yeah, it'd be fascinating to talk to, a coach like Nick about the pros and cons for it. Australia have certainly stayed on sprint bars probably more than most other countries, eh? I guess nowadays and I'm no sprinter, but when it comes to track, but sprinters need to be so aero nowadays. They're all so flexible that, they probably don't need to.
You're saying they're now running super fancy aero bars and bits and pieces at the front end. You say they're working on the core and everything else to be able to hold that position for an extended period. Right, what have we got for these opening laps, Mike?
So we're 18.8 for both.
So with the big gear that they'll be running, now obviously you see maybe slightly faster times for the team sprint, but that's on a smaller gear, whereas here they're running the bigger gear to be able to roll all full laps. So Xavier Bland, he's
31 seconds and 32 seconds for...
He's up slightly, fastest qualifier we've seen thus far. So Xavier's still holding position 1. Just either tying up or rolling a little bit easier, going, I've done enough. He stops the clock, 101. That is a superb effort. Finn Carpenter, 105.4. Oh, sorry, 105.04. I think a bigger number in my eyes. 105.04, sorry, people.
So then, after a 101, can we say the big boys? James Barrister on the back straight, Tate Ryan.
Oh, look, Tate Ryan's got a track record in this event as a junior. I can't remember if it was world record and world champion or something like that. But, yeah, so look, it's a event he did very, very well in juniors. So, yep, I'm expecting big things. He's the first of the sprinters to opt for an aero bar setup.
Someone's welcome to correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure he was a double junior world champion, both years?
I think I agree. Can we do it with the power of Google?
So one of the great things about these two, both been from South Australian Sport Institute, you know, been able to train against someone who is so good. And both riders are incredible bike riders, and to be able to push each other.
We ride on all fronts. So 2024, he was gold in the sprint and kilo time trial and became junior world record holder at the time. Let's see what he can put out. And he's done a super opening lap. So it's 11, so it's about the same as what you'd see a team sprint start at. 18.7. Okay, maybe not as quick as I thought it was. But he's onto those aero bars and he is flying. James is going really well as well. Tate is definitely up though at this point.
I'd love to see his cadence.
Yeah, it's quite quick, isn't it? Well, mechanic machines, they do not make a single sound as they're rolling past us as they come into this last lap for both riders.
So first and third at the moment.
If they look up at the board, will they go, I've done enough, can I just roll through?
Yeah, James Barrister just looked like he just stepped off the pedals a little bit there for his final lap.
I'll call that a magic minute kilo.
Yeah.
So look, guys, that is really, really impressive. To be able to roll a kilo from a standing start in basically a minute flat is no mean effort.
Yeah, that's when you think of he's from a standing start. Top speed has to be somewhere around 70 k an hour to be able to offset that standing start. So next event, junior woman Keirin.
Going to see the motorbike come out.
So heat 1. Lily Harvard from Otago, Emily Watch from Australia Capital Territory, Milan Bradshaw from University of Queensland, Piper Newton from Bike Manawa 2, Alana Lake from Blackburn, Sarah Hartstone from Cycling Southland, and Alexis Phillips from Vikings.
Okay, so both heats are running 7 riders by the looks.
Now the junior 19 woman Keirin, round 1 goes up, and he won. Alana Lake, Sarah Hartstone, Alexis Phillips. And just walk up as he goes up. Just try to get starting positions for you.
It's going to be a bit tight out there.
Yeah, it is tight.
It's on a Piper is full, sorry.
So
Cycling Southland is 5.
Queensland, I think, is 6.
And that's that Blackburn is 7.
So we're just trying to sort out the start order. It's a little bit hard when we haven't seen a couple of the kits before.
And we've been given cycling clubs for the lady who's in the New South Wales kit. So we'll just confirm that we have the right people. So Alexis, she leads us away, takes the motorbike. So behind her, Emily Watch.
So with 7 riders, they'll probably have 3 to qualify.
Oh, that blue kit's Australian Capital Territories, not New South Wales. All right, so rider 3, Lily Harvard in blue, and green behind her, Piper Newton, man number 2. In the white and yellow, Cycling Southland, Sarah Hartstone. Queensland, we could go for 6. Milan Bradshaw, and rounding out the field, Alana Lake in the red. And they're just moving up on the back now, those 2 Australian girls.
Yeah, Queensland moving forward.
Jason Russell riding the bike for us today, swings off.
Is Blackburn going to go all the way over the top? She probably needs to. She can't sit 3 high. No one really wanting to commit too hard.
It's like a bunch race finish rather than a
Yeah,
keirin right
it
now.
is.
Okay, 2 laps to go.
Someone's going to need to be assertive.
Lily
Take
just
control
sitting
of
off
the
the back
front.
at this stage.
Piper Newton getting out of the saddle. Oh, she gets thrown by Southland.
And we see the Australians open it up on the front. So that's Emily Watch on the front in blue at the moment.
Queensland outsider. She's been challenged hard on side. They're 3 high.
Australians are 1, 2, 3, 4.
Nice work. 275.
First 3.
Alexis Phillips.
First 3 go through. So she did well. Started
So-
front, grabbed the bike,
Yep. So Alexis Phillips.
showed she's very strong.
Milan Bradshaw. And was it Emily Watch?
It was quite tight for that 3rd spot. So
Next heat, we've got Madison Smith, Paige Squire, Minnie Collins, Hazel Gardner, Madeline Pipp, April Catt, and Hannah Pettit.
these are confirmed results. So Alexis Phillips gets the win. Emily Watch 2nd. Milan Bradshaw will have 3rd. They will go through, no doubt, for a final. I presume this is being treated as a semi. Actually, how many rounds are they trying to run on this today? Yeah, so this is effectively a semi-final. So Millie Collins in green, she's drawn 3. Position 4, Hazel in the TL Motor kit. I'm not sure who that is in 5 in the black kit. So April Catt, she's definitely out there in position 7 in the South Australian kit. Okay. So to get the gun, come through to take the motorbike, and that is Madeline Pipp. I'm pretty sure that is Paige Squire, who will be in position 2. Yeah, 265 is the lady in black. Okay, so Madison Smith, she is in that all black skin suit out there in wheel 4. One more lap behind the motorbike.
Hazel just leaving a gap. Sorry, not Hazel. Bikeman with 2, Minnie Collins just leaving a gap to run at.
30 a.m. Sunday. If anyone wants to take Ian out there, all gear must be gone from the infield by 1 p.m. Sunday, please.
So motorbike's going to swing off. No one's made any early moves to the back. As I say that, South Australian rider sensibly starts to move up. That's April Cat. Again, all bunching up, no big commitment. Hazel Johnson from Te Awamutu, maybe she's pushing up the most at this stage.
Is she going to be assertive and take the front? She does.
Yeah, Madeline just lets her roll up and over. So no one committing yet.
So
Hazel gets out of the seat, builds the
sassy
speed
kicks.
a little bit again on the back straight. They're going to come around and get the bell this time, so we'll expect to see all given in. South Australian riders rolling over Hazel.
Hazel just needs to close that gap. Get in the wind.
So April's pushed through nicely. I think that's Madeline Pitt on her wheel. Remember, top 3 going through. And I think Madison Smith. Mike has down for
as
three.
for third.
For third, yep. See, officials confirm that in a second for us.
Now, junior 19 men, keirin, round 1.
So before those final results come up, we've got the under 19 men coming up for the keirin. So
Just waiting for the officials to confirm that. Don't think they'll need the camera. Third was a little bit tight, but I'm sure they've been happy to call that by eye. Commissaires have just confirmed that to the officials, who will load that in now. There you go. Madeline Pitt confirmed for the win. April Cat second. Madison Smith third. And I presume it'll be probably just 4th, 5th, 6th that will go through for the B final, unless they're going to run a very big B final.
okay, so first up we have Lachlan Stewart from Alpine Cycling, Angus Withington from Australian Capital Territory, Christopher Mullins from Balmoral, Luca Pyatt from South Australia Sport, Enzo, we've got from New Caledonia, we have Sterling Crackman from Te Awamutu and Mitchell Stevens from Adelaide Hills.
Oh, he's TA. I thought they were on the wrong way, haven't I? So, riders come through to take the motorbike. And that is Mitchell Stevens from the Adelaide Cycling Club. And they will drop in line astern behind him. So Sterling Crackman from New Zealand in position 6 from the Te Awamutu Cycling Club is the only New Zealander in the field. We've got Enzo in red in position 4 from New Caledonia. Position 2, Lachlan Stewart. So he's in blue from the Alpine Cycling Club. 3, Christopher Mullins, Balmoral Cycling Club. He's in the maroon. So you're seeing Luca just leaving a bit of a gap, wanting to see what's going on behind him. Angus Withington in the blue, right down the back, happy to stay very close to Sterling's wheel at this point in time. Motorbike swings off. And that was Angus, very quickly moving from the back to the front. Goes straight by everyone, 2.5 laps to go. It's very tight in the bunch as people trying to push out, people swinging out.
Sassy rider coming through.
That's Luca Platt pushing round.
It's well moved out. A step on the pedals now.
So I think that's Lachlan Stewart, who's on the front now, who pushes over the top. Just trying to get that pass done.
It's very,
there,
very
1 and
tight,
2.
man.
Yep, there's no one who's really gone out the back. There's no way round.
These boys coming over the top are going to be close.
Oh, that is going to be super tight. Okay, we will go. Angus Willington, he comfortably in blue. He got that win, but we'll just let the officials, we're slightly offline.
2 and 3 were very, very close, weren't they?
Good race.
Great race. So, and final heat, we've got Ben Murphy from Te Awamutu, Sebastian Topping from Queensland, Cooper Nielsen from Te Awamutu. We have Riley Boyd from Brunswick, James William Emilius from Balmoral, Benjamin Wood from Blackburn, and Matai Reid from Te Awamutu.
Saw the Te Awamutu boys in one race, just about. Instead of 2 and 2, they're 3 and 1. So from Queensland, it looks like Sebastian Topping has drawn position 1. I think that's Ben Murphy, who's drawn position 2 from Te Awamutu. Can't quite make out who's beside him for position 3. Oh, looks like Cooper Nissen is next to Ben.
So on the inside, we have QAS rider, Sebastian Topping.
Right, Matai looks like he's drawn, is that position 6? So we've got a 7 rider field here again. So Blackburn Cycling Club, Benjamin Woods in red, he's in position 5. And we'll just double confirm Riley and William, just so we understand, sorry, being Kiwis, we understand, make sure we get the Brunswick and Balmoral cycling kits around the right way when we see them ride past us. Motorbike is coming through now. So that's the orange. So Sebastian, he takes that bike. Ben Murphy in position 2. In terms of team sprint, he works as a starter, so he's got a really good jump. He's second year under 19. Wheel 3 on the white bike there, the Velo bike Altius. Cooper Nissen, he is first year under 19. He's had a superb comp, so he picked up the sprint earlier on, so certainly he'll be favoured rider. Would expect to see something happen in this race.
He's ridden very well, hasn't he? I guess shout out to his coach, Zach Williams. He won't be flying today with this weather, but he'll be watching intently.
And we see James moving up from the back, coming through, getting the whole bunch going.
Ben, happy to take the front. Queensland, happy to give it to him. It's probably, yeah, it was quite erratic from Ben there. So now,
it started
Queensland
really slowly. Ben's kind of controlled with no one else moving, no one's pushing over, and they forget this is playing into Ben's strength of a jump.
Ben's got a very, very fast single lap.
And here he goes. He's lining up.
Look at him.
So he's decided to launch now with a lap to go. He's kicking out. Cooper's trying to get on his wheel. The Australians all in behind at the moment. Matai rounding out the field. So Ben has a look over his shoulder. Cooper's now running at his wheel. Queensland rider.
Cooper's going to pop
Sebastian
out.
Topping, he's coming through. I'll go Cooper, Sebastian, Ben will be my top three, but pretty close. We'll let that be confirmed. And it'll just be interesting to see commissaires, they're happy with that initial move by Ben. It's Keirin racing though, so a little bit more is allowed. Would that be fair?
Yeah.
It's a smart race by Ben. Look, I will go. He
it
made
was
that
a
work
smart
to his
race by
strength.
Ben. He just probably didn't need to chop down quite as fast
No.
as he did. So, whereas aggressively, he was able to, he could have just run slightly different angle, but well ridden, that's for sure.
So Cooper Nissen confirmed, Sebastian Topping, Queensland second, Ben Murphy third. Yeah, because Ben went on the front. They all, whether that chopping helped slow down the bunch, then he just backed it off. No one decided to push and leave it. Left it to his strength, where essentially as they came in the straight to get the bell, he was able to kick and jump.
Yeah. He is a very, very good kick.
And then Cooper ended up being able to slot down on the inside as the Queensland rider thought he was going to be going around Ben and was able to use that to draft and get through. Okay, so that is the Keirin semi-finals done. We now are into para men individual pursuit. We've got Gregory Marfell up first. Yep. For 4 kilometre individual pursuit.
That's right, full 4K pursuit. So
here's from Cycling New Plymouth. I think, don't see that kit too often, do we? Great outdoor track and other facilities down there in New Plymouth. They have a phenomenal facility of a road circuit. It's a couple of kilometres long or something like that, for developing school-age riders could be an amazing facility in the sense it's got some undulation in it, rolls just off the coast. Being New Plymouth, plenty of chance to teach people riding an echelon. Very unique training facility in that sense. I'm not aware of anything else like it in New Zealand, that's for sure.
I can't see Lindsay Fowle.
I wonder where they're going to run these one at a time. Yeah, he's sitting down there.
Oh, he's sitting down, correct. Lindsay had asked me to call him, but I'm up here doing this earlier in the week. I'm sure he'll be in the very capable hands of Dan Gardner or Manu.
Or Jack maybe helping him out.
Yes, no New Zealand riders in there, so quite possibly Jack Hall. And we're away.
So Gregory gets started. I'm not sure whether he goes by Greg or Gregory. Gets into his work. Choosing to ride normal road bars and just got spoke wheels.
Spokies. We don't see that too often nowadays.
Bit more crosswind on that New Plymouth track than we get in here. So he's into his work, into his aero position. So Jack's the New Zealand para development coach. He's calling his times for him. Just rolling down at 22.4 second laps.
Nice and controlled, strong through the core. Just needs to stay on top of that gear. So coming through for his kilo now at 129.
I missed the call by Jack there to see if I can pick it up on the next lap as he comes around. So flat 21-second lap, I think, then. It's 2:11. So sticking on quite a steady pace.
His lines are good.
Holding good position. Might have slowed off a touch on that lap.
So coming through for 2,000 metres in 2:54.
So it is just fading slightly. I think I'm hearing 24-second lap call to him that time. Big test, this individual pursuit, isn't it, Fish? No, just so easy to go out, just fraction more than you can hold, and then the lactate has plenty of laps to build in your legs.
Yeah, finding that fine line. Ultimately, you just need to enjoy pain, because your last kilometre is, it's one of those events. First kilometre feels easy, squeeze through 2 and 3, and then the last kilometre is horrible. It's really the only way you can describe it, eh?
So as this is happening, Damien's keen to give away another T-shirt to whoever's supporters on the live stream give the most votes. At the moment, New Caledonia is leading. They have got about half the votes out there. We did see Western Australia on the mix, getting out of bed particularly earlier on. Unfortunately, because we only got one lap ball being turned here, not as easy, but we've got 500 metres to go now. It's 2 laps. That's not what the board's saying, but it must be. It's this side of the lap. Okay, 2 laps to go this time then.
Yeah. 5:06. So hopefully, I mean, I don't know what a PB is for Gregory, but if he can squeeze hard, go under 6 minutes.
So he'll hear the bell quite
he'll
easily.
be just under.
Because crowd's quite quiet today.
Here we go. 100 metres to go.
Comes through to finish off his ride.
5:50. I guess while we're waiting for Lindsay to come up, it gives us an opportunity to thank GJ Gardner Homes, hey Simon, and their local franchise in the Waipa district.
And yeah, been a big sponsor of this event. They've supported lots of community sport in the Waipa area for a while, but they've stepped up to be the principal sponsor for the 2026 Oceania Champs, and they also were the naming sponsor of the New Zealand Road Champs that also took place in Cambridge.
Yeah, as it's increasingly getting harder to run cycling events, it's certainly incredible to have sponsors like that. So tell us about Skoda as well, eh? You were saying that during the week they've been very, very good as well, not only locally but on a worldwide level.
Yeah, so you see the Tour de France, obviously all those red Skodas running around with the commissaires and the officials and the VIPs, been a big sponsor for a long time. They certainly have sponsored Cycling New Zealand, done ambassador rides for a number of the riders. Sam Dakin is riding around in a Skoda at the moment, as they're supporting him. We'll just let Lindsay get underway. So Dan Gardner is calling Lindsay. So Lindsay, para-athlete, ride with him in the occasional road race.
Turns up to everything. He just feverish for it.
No, he loves it.
And
so
one of the most genuine, nice guys you'll meet.
Absolutely. Do we all get nicer as we get older, Fish? I don't know.
I think so. You do soften, eh? Don't know if everyone will agree, but I'll say it.
So Lindsay's in his 0 position, rolling nicely.
Yep, he's
getting his 4,000 metres underway.
Coming along well.
So while he's doing that, we'll just finish shouting out to Skoda. So they've had a Skoda Elrock sitting out the front. Apparently they had a Skoda Enyaq out there earlier on in the week as well, which are their 2 medium and small electric SUVs. So if you're interested in one of those, check them out. And look, that certainly goes for Australia, where they've launched. They used to be a coupe. They've now launched 3, and I'll call it the SUV format over there. I think they're 50-something, 60-something, and upper 60s in Australia. And being a Skoda, you get a lot of features and stuff for that price point. So other sponsors we have. Amber Garden Centre, just across the road here from the velodrome. So if you're local and you need plants, get out and support them. They have supported cycling events at the velodrome for a long, long time, so we really appreciate their support.
Very good. They've got a great cafe across here as well, so you can do a bit of everything across there, right? It's
good
awesome.
cafe. Very friendly staff, I hear, Mike.
yeah.
Shout out to Sonia. Right, who else we got? Waipa District Council, so thank you to them for supporting this event. Obviously, you know, there's lots of riders staying here from Australia, brings money into the region, going through the supermarkets, booking accommodation, those sort of things. And that segues nicely into Fresh Choice Leamington. So again, they supported both the the New Zealand National Road Championships, as well as the Oceania Track Championship. So support them, Cambridge locals, the Fresh Choice in Leamington. Who have I missed? We'll go Velo X, Damien, who is bringing you this live coverage. So he's put his hand in his pocket and he buys all the screens and the cameras and the mixing gear and everything that helps bring you this.
That's right. It's a hobby for him, isn't it? You know, he certainly doesn't get paid for it. It's something that he's trying to do to improve, I guess, coverage to all parts of the world. It's good.
No, it's fantastic. We know what it's like when they say you've got families competing, and sometimes you've got work or family commitments and everyone can't travel to see your family members or friends compete, so the live stream is great for that. So Lindsay's continuing to work away from Te Aomuru. Where are we up to? He is just over half distance at the moment. Running slightly quicker than Greg. It's about 13 seconds up at the moment with about 1.5k to go. He's probably more flexible than me, Mike. I don't think my hamstrings would be putting up with that position. I know it's not as low as some of the younger guys, but still, you need a bit of flexibility to do that.
Yeah, you certainly need some, you know, good strong core, strong glutes.
So a number of para-athletes really enjoy cycling. It's been something where, you know, their disability prevented them from doing other sports as they're coming through, and they've really found an opening in cycling. You know, as Mike was saying, Lindsay really enjoys the cycling, gets to all the club events, gets to any national or other event going on the track, he is there. So just 3 laps to go for Lindsay.
Starting to fade a little bit and starting to bite him. think he was running. Was he running high, mid to high nines? He's now done a 21.2. So just needs to get on top of that gear. Lines are still good. Just dropped 0.2 that lap. Okay, coming into the final lap, 5:06. I have a funny feeling this might go close to a PB for Lindsay as well.
Hey, so I'll pick up
5:26.
the last couple of sponsors that I missed. Good ride by Lindsay there. So, Subway, sandwich shop, needs no introduction. Again, has been a long-time supporter of cycling in New Zealand. Sponsored teams a few years ago. Certainly often is used by the velodrome for the volunteers and bits and pieces for a sandwich pack. And then also want to shout out to Acre Farm. So they're basically a lavender farm and boutique shop just out of Cambridge on Peak Road. So a whole lot of sort of tasty things and bits and pieces that they grow there locally and from around the area you can pick up. So a whole lot of lavender products, balms, oils, waters, etc. So, hey, today's Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. If you need to go and pick up something, maybe that's an option. A gift for your better half from Acre Farm. Okay, so that rounds out Paramen C4 and C5. We're now going to see a tandem come up for Para B-Men individual pursuit. Nathan Bunn is going to be pilot that he's recently picked up. And Keirin Andrews will be the stoker. So Keirin has been training with Dan Gardner for a while. But unfortunately, Dan can't compete with him in the New Zealand team. Dan's lived here for a while. We love Dan to bits, but apparently he's still running a UK passport, which is very understandable, which means he can't line up as a New Zealand competitor at an international event, is my understanding is how it all works. So we've got tandem pursuit up next.
This looks like women's tempo.
Oh, you're right.
So
Sorry.
I don't know what's
Hang on.
happened to Nathan.
No. It'll be
after.
It'll be
Yep.
the order of that.
So we've got two tempo races coming up now, and then we've got Paramen B pursuit.
So as the field comes up, looks like we've got Sienna Monteith, who is leading on points. Obviously, this is just based off that first race. Megan Moore from Queensland, down on the blue. That's just out of the camera shot. She is in position 2. Anyway, so up on the rail, Sienna Monteith from Queensland, she leads. 3rd place, Neve McKenzie, County Manukau. 5th place, Lily from Canterbury, Lily Keast. Then we've got Eva Wyman from Tiamutu Sports and Hazel Johnson from Counties Manukau rounds out the rail. If we go down to the blue, hopefully I can get Damien to go to the blue for us. No, I can't get his attention. Too late. Down to the blue, Megan Moore, Queensland, Holly Bishop, Counties Manukau, Maya Pepper, Counties Manukau, Madeline Bell, Counties Manukau, and Lily Harvard from Otago rounds out the field.
Lily just did a kilo as well. How's that? She's done a scratch race, a kilo, and now she's doing a tempo.
Yeah, that's a big day. Gun underway. Tell us about tempo race, Mike. What is happening in this one?
So we're 30 laps. First 4 laps will be No points up for grabs, jostling for position, and then after that, first rider over the line gets 1 point, and they battle it that way. You can take a lap and it'll give you 20 points. You could lose a lap and then you'll lose 20 points. But at the end of the race, whoever has the most points wins. It's a brutal race. Whoever designed this race, it just loved watching people hurt.
Because so often, as you say, you see somebody doing a lot of effort and then somebody just rolls over them.
Oh, it's
they've been
horrible.
taking the draft, takes the front spot off them just on the line, and you get nothing points-wise for place 2.
It's an intriguing race because you'll often see someone go out early, try and take 4 or 5 laps, then they'll swing up and just try and hang with the bunch. But typically it's a race that at some stage will explode, so many points come late and opportunities will come late if you haven't spent too many cookies too early. So it's all very tactical at the moment.
Yeah, and as you say, rather than sprinting hard out for that 1 point, if you can sneak off the front for a few laps, can be a lot more efficient way to pick up 2, 3, 4 points.
Oh, look, and it's one of those things. Sometimes if you've got 2 of you
So Madeline Bell sneaks
out
off.
the front,
Who's going to chase her?
share some
One of her
points,
teammates.
you know, and just work together to put yourself along. Then at some stage you'll become enemies, but help each other out for a start.
So Madeline picks up a point. She swings up, has a look, and goes, okay, I've got a bit of gap. Maybe I'll keep going, see if I can get another one.
Sienna is chomping at the bit, so she's going to look to try and roll over the top of her come the following lap. She's certainly pushing hard. So Madeline's got 2 now. She hasn't been able to get onto the back of that front bunch. She's going to need to work hard. So this is going to be really difficult. So what she doesn't want to do is lose a lap now after taking those 2 points. So Sienna has taken a point and lapped off. She's happy to lap off and go back into third wheel. She's coming up on the hip of Megan.
So I say 10 laps in, as you picked it, Mike, a little bit of the race blowing apart. We've got 4 riders who have just dropped off the back of the bunch at this stage. Make that 5. Eva Wyman is also just sneaking, unfortunately, backwards. So we've got our 2 Queensland riders. We've got Neve, we've got Lily Keast, and who is 254 for me? Maya Pepper from Counties Manukau is that front 5.
Unfortunately, like as I said, you know, Madeline Bell, she's now rolling with 2 other riders at the back of the race. She just she needs to do everything she can to not be lapped.
So Megan Moore picked up the point on that one. Swings off, drops to the back. Neve McKenzie on the front.
So as we were saying, like you might find here that they happily go through and off, all pull a turn, all pull a lap each, and they'll all be mates probably for the next 6 or 7 laps, 10 laps, and then.
So Maya Pepper, she's, oh no, this is the old one.
Oh, Lily
Maya's
Keast.
done her whole lap.
Yeah.
Maya gives a shake of the head as Lily Keast just comes and rolls up and over and takes a point.
As you can see, as soon as that happens, now Megan decides she wants to roll over the top of Lily. Can't trust you, so she's going to start opening it up. Neve McKenzie then, but we don't know what kind of legs that Lily Keast had. You know, she might have been on her rivet, and so she made a conscious
if I don't
decision
get a point
on
now
to take it.
Yeah.
She definitely needs to try and get to the back of that group, and even if she can hang there, it's going to put her high up in the standings.
Right, so the 2 groups come together. So I think it'll be 20 points up for that front group, rather than 20 points down. We'll see how the commissaires call it.
So Lily needs to get across.
So Eva Wyman, she was conscious about them coming through. She's been able to get onto them quickly. Maya Pepper's stayed there, and as you say, Lily Keast from Canterbury,
She's working hard.
she just dropped off. She's aware she needs to pull. She's probably the strongest of that group in behind as they're all a lap down.
She won't be that happy with Sienna on the front. Now Sienna's lapped off. Neve McKenzie. So we've got 3 very strong riders all working together. Oh, Megan.
Megan decides
wants
she's going to roll here.
Neve's
Coming
pushing
around
hard.
the outside. Megan's shown she's always had that little bit of an extra kick or finish she can pull in.
Yeah. Neve
Okay.
laps off, falls back into second wheel. Is Neve going to try and get her back?
So Eva Wyman drops out of that front 5 to make it a 4. So you've got Sienna Monteith and Megan Moore from Queensland. And
So
Maya
s-
Pepper and Neve. Sorry, Mike.
They've just updated the points, so
They did get given the 20.
yep.
Slightly larger group they were seeing.
So with 11 laps to go, Lily Keast out here in the second group. She'll be hoping that these guys can keep rolling because she hasn't actually been lapped yet. So she's still part. She needs to be driving hard, although they're sitting up. Neve McKenzie goes over the top of Megan. Megan laps off and she's heading back to the back of this front group. She might just leave herself a little bit exposed here. Sienna. She's pushing hard to try and get back into the draft of Neve.
So Neve's trying to see can she push off. The Queensland riders have shown themselves pretty strong this week.
Yeah.
Obviously Neve's got the advantage of coming onto this group.
Megan's looking up high, so she's looking at the points and probably thinking that she's quite comfortable. She doesn't want to exert any more energy than she has to.
So Lily Keys trying to push the pace on the front.
So
Cunning by her because that was called the front group, so I think Lily Keast realised that. Smart riding by her to pick up that point quickly. And at the moment, she might get this one as well.
she's found herself a second wind.
This will take her to 3 points. So Neve pushes off the front again. Sienna Monteith from Queensland going with her. 6 laps to go. Megan Moore from Queensland realises the danger of those two. She can't just let them ride off the front. She's now trying to bridge across to them. Okay, so points at the moment. Sienna Monteith on 45 leads. Megan Moore second, 44. Neve McKenzie also 44. Sienna picking up another point then.
Megan's ridden across and now she's going to roll over the top of Neve. She's going to try to. She uses that part of the banking very, very well, Megan. Pedals nice and smooth.
So those three are about a straight up on the main group now.
So
Which is
Sienna,
splintering.
46 points, Megan, 45, and Neve on 44. Neve, she rolls Sienna on the line. These three are going to duke it out all day, aren't they?
Out of camera shot, Lily Keast has drifted off from the front group and she's sitting in between them at the moment. Maya Pepper took a lap though and is 20 points up on her, so it's not going to change things too much. So Lily maybe looks to that and thinks, right, I might as well be in the group. It's not going to change things too much.
She's not going to get lapped now with 2 to go. Leaders coming in with 1 to go.
So Neve pushes through. She's going to pick up another point.
Sienna deciding she can soft pedal back to the line. She's done enough. Megan effortlessly goes around Neve.
So she will pick up the final point. She will tie with Neve, but because finishing on the line, she'll be given that slightly higher place. So Sienna will get first, by my reckoning. Megan will get second. They'll be tied on points, but Neve will get third because of their positioning on the line.
Megan looks quite fresh. And so it will be interesting to see how we go after the Elam and into the points race. And certainly Sienna's been working really hard at trying to protect first spot for now. She's riding very, very well.
So if we look in terms of elimination, we'll be up at the start of the evening session at 5 o'clock for the women. We will now jump through, and we have got the men's tempo race coming up.
So at the fence, first up, Alec Guklamuki. Then we've got Samuel Hilditch, William Brown, Oliver Clark, Oliver Ward, Benson Boys, Sean Threadgill, Kieran Moultrie, Nicholas Smith, Edward Corbett, and Jack Allen. On the blue band, we have Riley Crampton, Jack Sloan, Cole Faringer, Lachlan Walters, Jamie Henderson, Remy Dalton, Jesse Johnson, Chad Charrett, Daniel Greaves, Max Allen, and James Turnbull. Look for fireworks here, ladies and gents. I would imagine once the first 4 laps are gone, there will be firecrackers going off. I'll be intrigued to see how the sassy lads ride this. They've been very, very strong. Cycling's one of those weird sports. As much as you're riding for yourself, you've got to have mates in the peloton. If you don't have mates in the peloton, it can be a very, very hard place to live. Just with people not letting wheels go so you can get into favourable positions. So it helps to have friends. Jamie Henderson having trouble being held here. So Brendan just checking off the numbers. So the on-off nature of, I guess, this event doesn't lend itself to the out-and-out endurance sprinters, but the guys with the bigger engines, you can sustain, you know, the IP guys tend to go very, very well in this. Alec goes straight to the front. Riley Crampton gives him the front.
With the bigger field, obviously their point totals from picking up the wins are going to be a lot smaller in this than what we just saw in the women's field, aren't they? Potentially, riders might take a lap, they say winning 4 sprints.
It'll be interesting to see if someone takes a flyer early while we're in these, if we call them neutral laps, whatever we want to call them.
See if others are relaxing, thinking they will bring themselves in. And
so we can see there the Counties Manukau riders are gravitating towards each other. Just with how active the Sassy boys have been, if I was riding in there, I'd be trying to find the wheel of Alec or something like that.
I'm not sure whether it was Alec that swung off just before, but then was certainly instantly put himself pretty close to the front, drifted back a little bit now, but showing he didn't want to go to the back. So nothing doing yet. They're going to get the bell this time to open it up. No one's launched a flyer.
Does it look like Benson Boys wants to open it up first. He comes straight down, goes over the top of the Te Awamutu rider. Jamie Henderson looking like he
Lachlan
wants to
Waters
get on.
from Queensland there as well.
Lachlan Waters, savvy little bike rider.
Benson keeps an eye on his shoulder.
Oh,
Jamie Henderson.
Jamie wanting to challenge.
No,
doesn't
Benson
get it, but goes over the top. Goes over the top hard, actually. He doesn't need to put quite this much pressure on.
But
Look
that's stretched the field big time.
He has. Benson laps off with him. Jamie comes back down into third wheel.
Nick Smith sitting just behind Lachlan Waters at the moment.
Yep, Jamie didn't want to live there. So
Nick
Lachlan
doesn't
Walters
either.
putting the heat on. It's
And he
going
looks
for
back
another.
and sees there a gap and goes, right, can I get away early?
So
Jesse Johnson swings off. Benson Boy swings off.
a couple of the sassy boys just moving up, trying to move up position.
Lachlan picks up another point, looks back and says, yep, I've still got a gap. We'll see if I can get one more as a bonus, but they're coming at him pretty quick.
Black helmet from Sassy. He's flying.
Might be Oliver Ward. We'll check out the number as he comes by.
Just protected his position beautifully.
Yep, was Oliver Ward.
What's Remy Dalton going to do? Remy Dalton back pedals. Another Sassy rider comes up over the top. And looks like Sam Hilditch wants to try and get him on the line. I
we'll
don't
leave the
know
judges
if
to
he does.
call
It was
that.
very close. Oh, and he gets himself a little bit of a serve, I think. You put in so much effort to try and get a point. It's but then he's given him the next lap. Is that Sam?
Yes, so Sam Hilditch just got that one easy after the turn and sprinting hard out. Is that Remy Dalton now off the front?
Yeah. So once again, Remy possibly doesn't need to go full tit now. He needs to have a look back and think, hey, look, I can tempo this and I should be able to get the next lap tempo.
Yeah, just wants to settle in and be smooth.
Yep.
Looks around.
If I go too far,
This will give
then I
him two.
expose myself later on in the race.
So we're about half distance now.
So now Sassy starting to work it coming across. Riley Crampton trying to come across to the Sassy riders.
But Remy's going to get a third. Come across from Sassy, that's 2:17. Jack Sloan.
Jack Sloan, he's going quick. Now he's opened up a nice gap. Riley Crampton trying to get across to him. It shows you how much effort they put in, like Remy Dalton, not able to live with him anymore.
Jack Sloan gets that one. Jack swings up, so Riley's got the option to get this one if the Sassy rider doesn't swing off. Group of three.
Gets challenged on the line. He's gone over the top of him.
So it's Oliver Ward. Is the other South Australian rider up there in the black helmet. So those three look like they might work quite well together now. They've just got to agree not to attack each other.
Just checks over his shoulder.
So Riley doesn't really keep the tempo going.
No.
So that sees Jack Sloan roll up and over him again. These guys are probably a full straight, at least 100 metres off the main bunch. So bunch not really looking like anyone's committing too much to close that yet to change the points.
No, the Sassy riders in the bunch just happy to let the work go to the other riders.
So Jack picks up another point.
See Lachlan Walters having a look up at the leaderboard, trying to see where he's at. So
It's really tight at the top.
Remy Dalton, 3 points on top. I think we've got one other rider on 3 points.
It's Oliver Ward, he picks up one then. 10 laps to go. So Oliver Ward's got 3, Remy Dalton's got 3, Jack Sloan's got 3, Lachlan Waters has got 2.
Lachlan Waters looking like he wants to go off the front. Him and another Queensland rider. Is it
So what you can't...
Sam who's got the white helmet? Who's got the white helmet?
So that's the gap back to the 3 on the bunch. They can see them in the same straight. They'll be getting the draft effect now.
They almost need them to catch, and then they can go off the front again.
So Riley Crampton, he got the point there.
These guys can't get any points until these 3 catch the main group.
Jack
So
Sloan.
Max Allen looks like he's attacking early, but he needs to be able to attack and make sure that these guys reach the back. So he's not going to score a point here. He's not the front of the race.
He's going to have to start there for another whole lap. So Oliver Ward, he got the point there as they haven't made the back of the group yet.
So it looks like Oliver Ward's just set up.
He's trying
but
to sit up and go,
he's
let's
going to make it
let's
hard
not go
on them.
through.
So they've still not reached the back. See, they've effectively said,
Oliver
mate,
Ward gets another point, just hanging off the back.
he's using his brains well. They've just said, look, mate, we're going to show you guys. If you want to attack a little bit early, then we're just going to sit behind you. So Remy Dalton's putting a lot of effort in. I don't think he realises that these guys haven't caught them yet.
They make the catch now, so Oliver Ward picked up a couple of easy points, sitting on the front of the three, but in the draft and the group on the back. And now, Remy is our race leader.
So, does that look like... So, William Brown rode through very, very hard there. We've got another sassy rider now coming off the front with the white helmet.
207, Alec.
So, Alec won the scratch race. So, he's now wanting to pick up a few points.
Can Remy get to this line, or is Alex going to get him before the line? No, Remy gets one more.
So,
they're not going to catch Alec for the last point. Don't know why the bunch is going hard.
it's nice riding by Alec here. So, if he can get 1 point here, it'll probably still put him up in the top 5 or 6.
It's interesting. Those who are smart in the bunch just set up. I suppose the others are saying you need, if you haven't got any points, you're placing over the line at the end.
Correct.
Mattered big time.
But once again, what a show by the sassy riders.
Yes, Oliver Ward came out on top in that one. Jack Sloan right there with him, only 1 point behind. Riley Crampton, he got to 22. Benefit of picking up the lap with the other two South Australian riders.
And I'll tell you what, after Benson Boy's been very, very dominant in the in some of the different disciplines earlier on in the week, the Australians are taking it to him. They're making it as hard as they possibly can.
And maybe that load's just accumulating. Like obviously he was out there for time trial and road race.
Yeah, he won the national road race.
So a lot of load on his legs this week.
So now we're back to the para men B individual pursuit. So I think that might be, is that where Nathan is the pilot?
Yes, it is. Yes, 122. Yep.
So after these, the tandem individual pursuits, we've got the Paramen C1 to C3 individual pursuits, and then we finish off the morning session with the elite men's points race. So they obviously all think they're still a little way away because none of those guys are warming up yet.
No, they're probably all hoping that the program is running on time. What are we looking? 12:15. We're about bang on. Whoever put the time schedule together has done a great job of it, and the officials for running at 2 time.
So when it comes to bin on a tandem and having a pilot, so our local guy here, Nathan Bunn, is the pilot.
This is their third ride together, I've been told.
But Nathan is the smoothest bike rider on earth. So if you could pick anyone to have in front of you, Nathan's a good bet.
So just become a master. Been riding a whole lot of open track events when we had the International C2 meet on here. Was down there in Tura Southland, part of advanced personnel that was second in terms of the GC standings at the end. And yet got the call and said, hey, passport problem, can we get you to come and help pilot? And he said yes. So Dan Gardner is now the coach and time caller that was the pilot on this one. They get the tandem underway.
Yeah.
Stay just on the blue.
Keep it up.
Focused on not going onto that grey.
Yeah, well, I guess they've got to be consistent with their ruling, don't they?
And I get such a new combination. It's tricky enough for everyone when you haven't done a whole lot of gate starts coming out on your own bike, let alone being on the tandem. But as you said, Nathan, done plenty of laps around here. Super smooth rider. Really enjoys his track racing. He went to Masters Worlds this year. I think, was he part of the group that went up to Roubaix?
I want to say yes. Certainly a very prominent cycling family in the Waikato region. And as a master, last year, I don't know if he did this year, but last year went down, did Tour of Southland, and wanted to mix it up with all the young fellas again.
Yes, he's done it the last 2 years in a row as whatever it is, 34 and 35-year-old. So they're looking pretty tidy, rolling some pretty good lines.
So Dan Gardner, who's calling the tandem down here, you might see him down there. He won the Tour of Southland 3 years ago.
So they're rolling 18.4 second laps. Question on the chat, are we going to New Zealand Track Nationals? No, at the moment VeloX is not going down. I'm going to be down there, but we are not going to have the suite of cameras and bits and pieces. Bit of a cost to get Damien down there and accommodation and those sort of bits and pieces, so no, we won't be at Track Nationals. I might steal a camera off him, but it won't be as polished as this and won't be all sessions. So they're continuing to lap nicely, riding beautifully on that black line, which is pretty good considering this is only, as I understand, their third ride on the tandem together on the track.
And while we're doing that, looks like New Caledonia are leading on 46% for the next Velo t-shirt, Velo XT.
Maybe Damien should put a GoFundMe page together for getting him to Track Nationals. I don't know. Comment on that if you think that's a good idea. Look,
To be fair, Damien could probably talk to his employer.
Yeah, obviously, look, it's done on a volunteer basis for Cycling
sure.
New Zealand. He's got a, if he goes down, book accommodation, all those sort of things. And the logistics of organising.
It's not the fact of being able to talk to your employer, but he has an employer that he could just charter the plane. How about I fly the jet down to Invercargill and then I'll take it back in 4 or 5 days' time.
So, shout it out. Obviously, Cycling New Zealand has a cost for putting the Track Nationals on. They have to put up all the commissaires and motels, hotel down there. Maybe add one more room, put Damien in a room, and then we'd need the number of Southland volunteers on cameras and bits and pieces to be able to bring it all together. All right, back to this pursuit. Keirin Andrews going really well. Just pushing as hard as he can in combination with Nathan out there.
Nathan hasn't moved position. Smooth as smooth.
They're going to come around. Going to be getting the bell this time. Last lap for them.
So next up we have Emma Foy and pilot Jessie Hodges. They were involved in the sprints yesterday. So Jessie was part of a few years ago, was part of the women's elite endurance squad. She was also an exceptional netballer in her day. She's very, very good at cross codes, and just magnificent all-round athlete. So she retired from that, went and got a proper job, which she's very, very successful at, and then they needed a pilot for Emma, and she put her hand up to come back and do some stuff socially, and now she's doing it full bunga again. It's awesome.
Is there elite women's points? No.
Tomorrow. Or tonight. Last event tonight.
I wonder with looking down there, a bundle of the elite men are organised, and there's some of the other ones who thought the elite women were up before them, a couple of them, and have not got the act together. The Cycling New Zealand team certainly know they are organised.
So just a couple of technical hitches getting the bike into the gate. Obviously the tandem is nearly twice as long as a normal bike, but with different seat heights and everything, they need to make little manual adjustments to make sure that bike is nice and solid in the gate.
So to get the straps done, aero booties over the top, ladies are ready to go.
Yeah. Lakeland's sorted that out. Lockie's, sorry, just sorted that out. Brilliant. Cameron just coming down to do the calls. Him himself, exceptional bike rider in the day, riding for the New Zealand elite men's squad. Out the gate, nice and smooth. Jess and Emma getting on top of their gear.
Underway for a good start.
They're certainly well-balanced pairing. When you look at the way they pedal together, very, very smooth.
So instantly to the aero position, rolling away nicely. 23.1 or 23.2 if you look at the screen was called for that opening lap, which is pretty tidy for a tandem, particularly for women. Good effort.
So very aero.
Rolling nicely now, 16.5 second laps.
Yeah, very smooth, very aero. So they obviously, it takes a lot more to get them out of the gate. So generally first lap is a little bit slower, but once they're up to speed, they're very, very fast, very, very smooth.
Again, sitting
So,
just above that 16.5 second mark.
Running around 6.5s.
So 1.5K done now for the ladies. Just dropping a couple of tenths of a second each lap at the moment.
Yeah, which they won't want to be doing. See what happens when we come through this time. Oh, just fading slightly.
Yeah, so did they go out a little bit quick?
Yeah.
Obviously, we don't know what pace that they were hoping to be on today. They might now be setting up for what they're meant to be doing at 17s.
So 2:20 for the 2 kilometres.
So rolling nicely, 17-second laps, last 2 laps. Yep, that's obviously the rhythm maybe they were meant to be heading to. They're settling now at that level.
It's one of those things, if you go out and you end up above schedule, you don't want to drop pace too quickly. So you want to do it over 4 laps or so. Don't do it the following lap, because the change in cadence, you never get back over on top of that gear again. So
It's very fine, minute adjustments, isn't it? You need to do lots of laps to...
don't panic.
They're continuing to just flirt with that 17 lap.
And sometimes the track's running faster than you expect. Just, sometimes it's nice to roll with it.
Yeah, staying super consistent. So we've done bundle of 17s, a 17.1, now a couple of 16.9s. So it looks like a pace that they are holding very smoothly. They look quite in control as well. Same again.
Yeah, it's probably a good thing we can't see the facial expressions, because it'll be starting to pinch now. So we're well into the last K.
So we're going to get 2 laps to go now. Again, staying on pace, no fading.
Yeah. Great pace structure. Nice work.
That's a really good effort. What was that, the last 7-8 laps, all bang on or just
6,
under
9,
that
7,
17 mark.
yeah.
Yeah. Brenda gave them encouragement for that last lap. We don't have any previous times on national records or everything there, but he gives the thumbs up across the family in the stand. The riders, he seemed pretty happy. Great ride by the ladies.
So now we've got some more IPs coming up. So we've got 2 heats. They'll be running both sides of the track. First heat, Thomas Zabo and Josh Freer, both from Morrinsville Wheelers. And then heat 2, we have Devon Briggs against Corey Boddington. So heat 2, we've got a couple of world champion cyclists on the track.
So Thomas, young man, been building nicely, seen good steady progress from him in the last couple of years. His skills improved, he's getting older and stronger and maturing. This one's over 3 kilometres, so not 4 that we saw the tandem doing, so just 12 laps. So 2 club mates from Morrinsville going head to head here. So, both boys are away nicely. Thomas gets himself moving.
Yep.
Josh working really hard. No, look, he's got one leg. It's a massive effort to get himself out of the gate. Hats off to him. That must be a huge skill to have to work on.
Imagine his core strength. Incredible.
Yeah, he's holding himself so stable.
Thomas rolling the disc and deep, fast forward front wheel. Well, Josh is on 2 deep wheels, opting not to have a disc on the rear.
Possibly helps him get out of the gate a little bit as well, being slightly lighter rear wheel. He's got a good momentum on that one leg. That is just a phenomenal effort. So Thomas coming through now. Rolling on his aero bars nicely, looking good and stable. I think I saw him leaving the velodrome yesterday after doing a bit of spectating in the day. So coming up to the 1 kilometre mark now, 1/3 distance.
Nice to see an Avanti on the track again.
Both riders looking to hold good form at this stage. Just try and get maybe Thomas's lap time as he comes by next time for us.
I'm pretty sure he called a 9.5. It's good. It's good. 9.7, just dropped 0.2.
Getting encouragement from family in the stand.
Yeah, the distance just starting to bite now.
So Thomas just in the back of the picture there on the left-hand side. He's just coming up to hit 2/3 distance. 2 kilometres down, 1 to go. So because they've got separate disabilities, the clock won't stop, won't get a gun for a catch being made. They'll just keep looping to set times.
It will probably muck up the timing on the screen for you when they finish.
Yeah, I've never quite worked out what the timers have to do to flick that all over, but it's obviously something that they have to sort out, as you say, when a rider's been caught. So Thomas gets the bell now. He's in his last lap. And Josh will get the bell as he goes across the back straight start-finish line.
Josh has done well just to live there, you know, like 15 metres behind him.
He's really pushing. You can see Josh giving it everything now. Committing for his last half lap. So Thomas, they've given just on 4 minutes. And Joshua Freer, phenomenal effort with one leg. 4:13. Nice work, young men.
So now both these guys in the next heat, Devon and Corey, both are world champions in different disciplines. Neither of them are world champion in IP because they're both rolling the national colours. So
looks like Devon's going to be in the front straight.
Front straight, yeah.
And we'll see Corey Bodlington in the National Australia colours in the back straight. So he's on the right side of your screen there.
What I'm unaware of is whether or not Corey and Devon are in the same class or are they actually in different classes. So I apologise, I can't give you that information.
And what you're meaning by that, Mike, is whether at a world's level this would be a direct competition or whether they'd be in different divisions.
Correct.
Yeah.
But they've obviously matched them up because they're very evenly placed. And as we've seen over the last week, both are very, very quick. Both gifted bike riders.
I think they've traded a couple of results, haven't they?
Yeah.
So it should be a good battle.
Yes. And then in the Elam yesterday, Devon showed his bike skills. But this is different. This is all about your engine. Devon's rocking the Southern Spars, so he's going full bunger for this.
Brendan, the Para New Zealand coach, will be calling his times.
Both out the gate, nice and smooth. Corey looks like a very powerful man.
He's gone out a little bit quicker.
Both down on the skis now. Corey, very aero, compact.
Interesting riding long finger gloves, not something you see that often by endurance athletes.
Corey's fair flying. He's a couple of seconds up now. So for 750, I'm pretty sure Corey went through in 57 seconds. So he's fair motoring.
Here we go, Kilo now. 108.
Kilo at 108 for his first kilo in a 3K IP.
So he's closed about half or quarter of a lap on Devon.
That's exceptionally quick.
It's Devon, young man, about 21, based here in Cambridge. Not sure where Corey is from in Australia.
So Corey will now be able to, well, if he looks up, you'll be able to see Devon in the same straight. He's got 3/4 of a straight, maybe half a straight. So they're coming up to halfway after the next lap. So Corey is, I think he was, after 2K, he was like 2:08. He's very impressive. We didn't get a split. Sorry, I couldn't give you the exact timing.
So 2024, Corey was world champion and world record holder in the kilo. So good sprinter, good kilo rider. So this is obviously just a little bit longer than his specialist event.
Yeah, Corey, like the distance seems to be settling down between Devon and Corey now. Corey's cadence has just slowed up a little bit.
So Devon's just rolling 16.9 second laps. So as they both get the bell, 5-second gap. So Corey from Australia, he's comfortably going to take that one out, showing 4:23. And Devon comes through, finishes his ride in a 3:23. Apologies, and 3:27.8 or 0.9.
It's a good time. 3:23, great time. A 3:23 would probably beat half the under-19 men's field.
Yeah. Okay, so that finishes those pursuits. We've got one session left to round out the morning. Last race, and there'll be some prize giving for what will it be for what event?
So elite men's points race, look for fireworks here. So 16 sprints, 160 laps, 40 kilometres. I'm sure these boys will be on their knees by the end of it.
And obviously a good chunk of the field would have ridden the Madison last night. Just to add to that load they've had in their legs from the big week, particularly New Zealanders that were all doing nationals, 180 kilometres this time a week ago. So it's going to be 16 sprints. Plenty of opportunities for points or laps to be taken. So you can see the riders just finished that pursuit. Looking quite spent. Just getting off their bike slowly. Put everything out there to set their maximum time. We'll just need to find where Damien's gone. Or maybe I will have to try and wing this to change over the cameras.
Okay, so Liam Welsh, first one up on the fence for Australia. Then we've got Keegan Hornblow. So Keegan was part of the Madison winning team last night. So Magnus Jamison, third. Rowan Hayden Smith, fourth. Edward Pawson is next. Then Nick Kurgazu, Noah Blannon, Blake Quick, Zach Patterson, Hunter Dalton, Josh Kavanagh, and Sterling Jarnell. And down on the blue band, we've got Tom Sexton from Marshall Irwood. Those two were the New Zealand Maddo team last night. Then we've got Oliver Watson-Palmer, Daniel Morden, George Jackson, Lucas Bimmy, Joshua Greaves, Jack Gillingham, Jack Dola, Kyle Paris, Toby Jones, and Kirill Moultrie. So one thing that we've seen over the last few days, the likes of Keegan Hornblow will try and split the field to pieces at some stage. George Jackson has been putting the pressure on all of these riders for the last little while. So look for those two to put the pressure on. I didn't see. So no Tom Cornish for this.
I think they were calling on the mic multiple times, just trying to get one person to pull out so they could not have to do a qualification, and minimum riders that they could exclude from a qualification was going to be 2 riders from each heat. So they were keen to have a full field, which they've been able to do.
Looked like Marshall had trouble putting his wheel where he wanted to go there for a while. Adrian having a laugh with him. So, and off they go. Tom Sexton leads them away. Liam Welsh falls straight into second wheel. Keegan into third. So, once again, there'll be different tactics. There'll be some people that'll go out that'll want to try and put their name on the board first and end up with the first sprint. But to win that first sprint, you probably have to put out 15 or 1600 watts. So she's a long race. Points will come late. look for some of these riders to try and take 1 or 2 laps.
I reckon it could be more than 1,500 watts for this first sprint.
Yeah.
So, a young rider from Queensland, Noah Blan, he swings off.
It's been a good rider all week, Noah. He's ridden well.
So Bunch just going through and off.
It's nice when you've got 2 from Queensland. Toby's got the white helmet. Noah's got the black helmet. It certainly makes our job a lot easier, and your job when you're watching it on TV. So ticking through at a steady pace. Hunter Dalton rolling off from third wheel there. Didn't want to get to the front.
I still rate Kirsty Watts and that family who had that bright orange helmet. People might think it's the coolest thing, but as you say, for spectators and commentators, very useful.
Yeah.
Versus the black and white that everyone else is sporting these days.
It's like the rugby commentator who sees the guy with the orange boots. So Noah coming through on the front again, followed by Nick Kurgazoo, Edward Pawson coming through and off. Lucas Bimmy rolls off.
Josh Kavanagh swings up after him. Then we've got one of the Australian national riders, that's Blake on the white bike.
So
Keegan Hornblow swings off, George Jackson takes over. Marshall Irwood is the other New Zealand rider on the white frame. Magnus from Southland.
Magnus doesn't want to touch the win just yet. So once again, it's a matter of keeping everything rolling well and fast without putting too much effort into it for a...
So Jack Gillingham from Tauranga, he swung up. Then Kieran Moultrie. Then a rider from Western Australia. It's probably Jack Dola.
Some of these first-year elites might just have a goal that, first goal is I last half the race. The difference between the first-year elites, who might be riding 15,000 Ks a year versus the guys who have been in the program for a long time who are possibly doing 20,
Here you go. So we'll call this first-year elites.
Ks.
Josh Kavanagh has decided with 2 laps to go that he's going to see if he can stay on the front and make some speed. I hate to tell him he's got Keegan Hornblow and Blake and George and Marshall on his wheel.
He's doing a good job.
But his brother told him not to pull off when he's in front of a sprint. He changes his hand position. He's down there doing it. Keegan's gone, what am I going to do?
Jackson
Here comes the speeds machine. So Josh just fading a bit now as the national riders roll over.
It's all right, he still
Keegan
gets a
from
point.
George from Blake. Right, Josh needs to find some... Sorry, Josh, my son here, guys. He needs to find some rest now. This is new territory for him.
Just needs shelter.
Road rider trying to convert to track.
George Jackson straight away. Just keeps the pressure on the guys. 19 is Blake Quick. Coming up the track, Marshall Irwood, Magnus Jamison, just
I'm going to call
following
it.
him.
We haven't seen a whole lot of move from people from that little surge. Shows, I think, the tiredness in everyone's legs. This is day 5.
Dan Morton just
of a
having
big
a look
week of
at
racing.
trying to just sneak off the front there. He'll look back, he'll have a look. Does he have
Rowan Hayden
space?
Smith sort of rolled with them, but swung up.
Oh, seriously, points will come late. We don't need to get too frisky too early. Tom Sexton just rolling a nice tempo. He's got Hunter Dalton on his wheel. Looks like Kyle Paris just rolling the front there. On to Noah Blannon, sorry.
Josh swings up
Josh
again.
through again.
Is that Magnus? Magnus, sorry.
Maggie.
Marshall swings up. Maggie
Yeah.
stuck to his wheel
Yeah.
again, going, I'm not
Maggie.
going to the front.
Maggie's glued to Marshall. There we go. George just pushes him off the wheel.
So we've got Zach on the front. We saw him, roll that kilo pretty easy. Roll the kilo pretty easy earlier on. That's why he's got 160 laps to do out here. He's riding smart.
Keegan's looking around. Edward Pawson through and off. They look like Oliver Watson-Palmer there.
So Joshua Gree from Otago, he swung up.
So Blake Quick through and off again. Marshall through and off. George Jackson just having a looking over his shoulder.
And Magnus, guess what?
decides-
Follows him up.
Yep.
Jack Gillingham on the front now.
Josh Kavanagh rolls off. Noah Blennon.
Josh probably thought better of trying to stay on the front 2 laps out when the pace is going to go up.
So Noah's just putting
These
a
two
little
don't
bit
want to
more
wait to
pressure
go all the way
on.
down the back. Pace will get on.
Nick
Lucas
Kyrgyzou
Bimmy swinging up.
having a
Zach's
look.
right
Liam
there.
Welsh is on his wheel. So we've got 2 laps to go.
So Kieran Moultrie looks like he's going to want to stay on here.
Toby's in a good position. He steps
Toby
on
Jones
the pedals.
steps out. Perfectly
gets over
placed.
the top. Keegan Hornblow just happy to roll in. He looks like he wants to pick up. Dan Morton coming through in fourth place at the moment. Does he push out, make it hard for Oliver Watson-Palmer?
So Toby, I'll go Keegan or Toby for first there. Pretty tight for third and fourth. We'll leave the commissaires to confirm those places.
So Keegan just keeps the pressure on. Edward Pawson following Keegan. Dan Morton down below. And we've got the Western Australian rider coming across as well.
So this time, as you say, after that sprint, we've seen
Jack
the pace
Dola.
pick up a lot more.
That's a nice little move off the front by these guys. So Josh Greaves pushing hard, doesn't want that to get away. Now we've got one of the Australian team members, Magnus, finally makes the front of the race. Well, not the front of the race, but he's happy to pull it back.
So I think we've got Jack Dola, Eddie Pawson,
Keegan Hornblow and Dan Morton.
Dan Morton is your 4 on the front. George Jackson, Jack Gillingham, and I'm not sure who that is from Australia.
That's Noah Blennon.
Noah Blennon.
But in the Queensland kit.
So bunch working really hard. They know the danger of this 4 that are up the front now.
So Noah putting lots of watts down to try and get across to them. Toby just laps off. Zach Patterson didn't want to quite go with him. But this
Causing
looks
some
like
gaps and
we're going to
splits
end
down
up
the
with
back.
some splits. This is nice move by these guys. They all need to try and Nick Kyrgyzou gets across with them. So Marshall Irwood, Noah Blennon. Noah is a gutsy bike rider, eh? He's always out there putting pressure on people. He's been really impressive this week.
So he's got a bit of a gap. Bunch not chasing him super hard. He's been allowed to drift off the front.
Wasn't interesting how before that no one was wanting to do any work, but as soon as 3 or 4 go off the front, suddenly they all switch into gear. Want to try and get across. Keegan Hornblow now trying to put pressure on, trying to see who wants to sneak off the front with him to try and get across to Noah. So now he's got a hand. He's got 2 New Zealand riders. Looks like Tom Sexton and Keegan. George Jackson just follows up. Magnus in good position. Magnus stays high, trying to look for the most cover he can get for people trying to get across. None of this field will want these 3 guys to get away.
No, that
you don't
is
need the New Zealand
essentially a
elite
New
team to
Zealand
get across.
pursuit going across. So George Jackson, Tom Sexton, Keegan Hornblow.
Well played,
That is
Liam Walsh.
very
Liam
dangerous.
Walsh has had enough of this carry on. So who's going to get on Liam Walsh? This is something you don't want to miss.
I think there's a lot of tired legs.
Marshall Irwood has missed the Daniel Morton, Magnus Jamison coming across. They need to put some pressure on. They need to get across and help each other out. Otherwise, they're all a lap down early. Liam Walsh getting as aero as he can.
So behind the scenes, Liam Walsh is probably 50 metres down trying to chase on. 20 metres behind him is Marshall Irwood. Front of the group is all kind of split up.
So now all these riders trying to jump down. Edward Pawson trying to put out as much power as he can. Zach Patterson. Oh, he soft pedals through.
But you see that group, they're going to take a lap just like that. It's been pretty quick and easy.
As we said before the race started, Keegan Hornblow and George Jackson, they just love inflicting pain on people. Noah Blennon, wonderful move. He is the one that started it. He moves through towards the front. These guys are not stopping for anything. Tom Sexton's putting the power down. Oliver Watson-Palmer laps up.
So those with good form in their legs are pushing strongly on the front. Magnus, first turn he might have taken.
Once again,
Smart riding by him.
we end up Josh Greaves come through and off.
Jack Dola from Western Australia, Toby Jones, Keegan Moultrie, all
Jack
swing up.
Gillingham on the front, just looking to sneak off the front. So Edward Pawson just closing that gap up slightly again. Lucas Bimmy coming through on the front now.
So we had two other riders, Marshall Earwood and who is it from Australia? Liam Walsh, who also took the lap and have joined on to the back of the group.
They did it reasonably quickly as well, and they rode single, so great effort by those guys.
We might potentially,
No
as you
doubt.
say, take 6 or 7 names. I hate to say it. Okay, 8 names out of the front of the group, and a lot of the rest of the riders, it's going to be a big effort for them after so many days racing, possibly against the more international level riders.
Yeah, well, once again, you know, the big boys have had, you know, they've got a couple of 100,000 Ks in the legs, more than the young guys, so just their ability to recover at speed is a little bit more. Keegan Hornblow, I want these points, is what he's saying. He goes over the top of Marshall Earwood, over the top of Jack Gillingham, and then...
Ooh, be close for who got the 2 and the 1 point there. Maybe Jack was lucky and got 2 rather than the 1.
So I think that was Rowan Hayden-Smith from the Australian national team, who might have rolled for a single there, just threw his bike at the wheel. Magnus Jamison trying to get across to Oliver Watson-Palmer. Dan Morton now goes off the front, trying to put pressure on people. He's going sort of 3/4 pace. So now Keegan Hornblow goes down, has a look up the track again, decides to go again.
And they're cunning about how they can just swing up and then use the track to accelerate back down.
Well, they also use the track to look at other riders. So if you look at Tom Sexton up high, the first thing he's doing is looking at who's down below and where am I going to throw my bike as I come back down into the pole line. The younger guys don't quite have that awareness now, you know. Edward Pawson doing a lot of rolling to the front. Josh Greaves coming through, Noah Blennon. Again.
Jack Dola, Toby Jones, Jack Gillingham, Magnus.
So Noah looking to open up again.
Jack Gillingham goes, maybe they'll let me go. Sorry, boys, they're not going to.
I can't see the New Zealand boys wanting Noah to get away too much. Here comes George Jackson with Tom Sexton on his hip.
And Blake from Australia is surging across there. Will be another reason that we'll have said, hey, we need to keep the tempo up here. It's Noah Blennon trying to get up on Blake's wheel to be able to work with him as the pace lifts.
And Noah's already got a lap on the field, so... Just a matter of time before the cracks start to appear through some of these guys. Marshall Earwood gets himself onto the back of that front group, the front chasing group. So Marshall Earwood through to the front with Noah. He has a good look downstairs. Edward Pawson, Josh Greaves looking to go. Noah Blennon goes again. The guy's a little Energizer battery.
So Eddie Pawson, he's up there in the front. Just working with Josh Greaves. Just off the front of the group.
Noah Blennon, he's coming across. He's wanting to run at that wheel. I think he wants to... Josh Greaves laps off with half a lap to go. George Jackson just happy to try, and is he gonna... He's getting... Ooh. I wonder if Dola took that point off George. So Josh Greaves off the front again. Dan Morton chasing him down. Hayden Smith rolls off the front. Jack Gillingham going through again.
So Zach Patterson, Oliver Watson-Palmer, both right up there with him in the front there.
So Dan Morton through the front now. George Jackson follows. Flicks his elbow early. Unfortunately, they've just got Josh Greaves out there at that horrible distance where give him a slow death. Tom Sexton opens it up.
Just
Coming
surges
through,
across. Toby
5K
swings
an
up
hour
and out of the
faster than
road.
anyone.
I think that's Blake from Australia. Has a quick look behind.
There's another look downstairs. Does anyone else want to go with him? So Blake quick pulls up.
Keegan Hornblow surging out of the bunch now. Right, so Tom Sexton, he's now at the front there, just rolls over Joshua Grieve.
So Keegan Hornblow, George Jackson working hard together again. We're either in a situation where a lot of these riders can't live in the space behind George Jackson and Keegan, or they're just not quite reading the race that well. Between Noah, Keegan and George, they're the three most active guys in the race, and people aren't marking them very well. But it might just be that they're going so fast, reading the race that well, that they're opening gaps that other people can't go with. So now Marshall Irwood is with Keegan Hornblow.
And I suppose...
Everyone else standing back, looking at someone else to do the work.
And that was almost the awareness you talked around. Marshall went first. Keegan saw him and went, actually, that'll be somebody good to go with. When Marshall hooked up, looked back, he could see Keegan coming through. Boom, the two of them went, right, let's work together.
Yeah, a lot of these other riders are just hesitating for a minute.
Yeah, like Liam Walsh just missed out on that move, unfortunately for him.
So now, Marshall comes in, flicks into fourth wheel. Keegan, he laps off. He's happy just to get 1 point. He doesn't want to put too much effort in. George Jackson, who might have had the other point stolen off him in the last sprint, takes 5 this time.
That's Rowan Hayden-Smith from Australia, who's up there in that group of 5.
So Tom Sexton now has got a group of 2, and then he's got Dan Morton trying to join that group. It's quite a strong little group here as well. Now Oliver Watson-Palmer trying to go across by himself. The bunch sits up. George Jackson takes through. Edward Pawson goes off the front of that.
So what you can see, that's group that's just taken the lap on the bunch, just rolling through, straight through on the black. Bunch happy to jump onto them.
So the New Zealand guys, Keegan Hornblow gets on the front of that bunch and just trying to make it hard for those guys trying to come across. This group of 4 are working very, very well. Oliver Watson-Palmer is doing a mighty effort riding by himself, trying to get across to them. Edward Pawson is the next rider in no man's land who's working really, really hard. Oliver Watson-Palmer's got good legs today. He did the 103 kilo. Then he's out here doing this. He's got across to this group of 4 by himself. He's going to end up taking a lap with these guys. Now Edward Pawson out by himself.
Did Ollie do the road race? I'm trying to remember.
No.
No, so maybe that's why he is now at the end of this week.
Well, in saying that, he did 3 sub-4 minute time trials and TPs in one day the other day, so he's certainly got plenty in his legs.
No, it's great to see him back on form.
So Ollie, this will be a point of a race where guys aren't going to want to be rolling to the back. Edward Pawson doing a good job here. Noah Blennon, mate, he only knows one way. He's putting pressure on everyone. I hope he's got the legs to last the whole race because he's riding supremely well.
So Eddie Pawson is on camera. He's about half a lap up on the front of the bunch, but probably less than half a lap with in terms of getting to the back of the bunch as it's stretched out.
He's probably been out for 7 or 8 laps by himself so far.
The group, though, is ticking over reasonably quickly with short turns through and off. There'll obviously be a bit of excitement from the bunch, possibly coming into the sprint that'll lift the pace again.
So Nick Kyrgyzou just happy to tempo the front of the bunch.
It's interesting to see a few riders have actually taken their visors off or turned them up and around. Just trying to get a bit of airflow. So Eddie Pawson, he picks up the maximum points there.
Nick Kyrgyzou
goes through with
taking
Tom
second.
Sexton.
Tom Sexton, look for Tom Sexton to keep the pressure on. Dan Morton comes across.
That'll be a good little group of three if they
Will
decide
be
to
a
work
good
away.
group of three. Hopefully Nick Kyrgyzou, or Kyrgy as we all love to call him, has got the legs. He's never been fitter. So Noah Blennon now trying to keep the pressure on. Keegan Hornblow goes, mate, I need to get across to that group. Are they going to have, look how aero he gets. George Jackson's on as well. These two have been working almost like a Madison pairing.
And that's just making splits happen further down the group.
Oliver Watson-Palmer, who took that lap solo before, he's left in the no man's land in the back there.
So the front three are caught, the group comes back. Next move goes. I think that's Roder and Hayden Smith. But I think that's all going to calm down and settle. Oliver Watson-Palmer gets back into the main group. A couple of others have got dropped off.
Who have we got? Is this Liam Walsh now? Just coming
Yep.
off the front. Noah Blennon goes again. Marshall. So, does it look like Tom Sexton is on the front of the chasing group? It looks like there's going to be more splits coming here again very, very shortly. So, Dan Morton rolling with Edward Pawson. Edward Pawson laps off. Keegan Hornblow straight away splits that group again.
And you really see on the scoreboard how it's taking laps with 20 points is making a big difference.
So it looks like Hunter Dalton finding it a little bit hard to live at that pace. Our New Caledonian riders with him.
So those two riders are just almost about to be lapped.
Keegan Hornblow making life difficult for
The
Dola.
group of three are the
he's
front of the
lapped
race
off.
that you can see on the screen.
Keegan knows he's got to get across to Noah Blennon and Marshall Irwood. Hunter Dalton just doing everything he can to stay with those guys. So these guys are going to take another lap. Things will open up now. Where are they calling the front of the race? So these riders have been given, it won't be Dola. So where are they calling the front of the race now?
They're calling it there, so they're saying
Noah
they hadn't
Blennon,
quite
they're
called.
calling the front of the race. Look, Tom Sexton coming across over the top.
Got a couple more of these young boys down the back, just really hurting, trying to hang on in there. Meanwhile, up the front, a couple of New Zealand riders just surge off.
Dola trying to get on the back of Tom Sexton here. George Jackson fills that gap for him. Looks like Toby's just finding life a little bit difficult. He's rolled off up the track.
So the lead come through. Toby's holding his guts, unfortunately. Maybe something
Josh Greaves
not feeling good there.
He's through, he's up, he's finding some height. Where am I going to go next? Lucas Bimmy laps off. Edward Pawson laps off.
So that's the front of the race you can see at the moment. Those three.
So Tom Sexton's got across with George Jackson and Dola. Hunter Dalton laps off, lets him come back into third wheel. He can't take part in trying to roll through with them.
And they're very close to making connection to the back of the group. I think they're thinking, do we soft pedal it a little bit here and pick up the points as well? I'm pretty sure that's what George is doing. He's just laying off the back of the group going, we're getting the benefit of the draft here.
So Keegan Hornblow, 77 points. Noel Blennon, 73. Tom Sexton, 69. Marshall Irwood, 67.
Doesn't work out for them
Then
though. Bunch.
George Jackson is back on 49. So George Jackson's going to need to try and attack solo or someone else. He needs to get rid of some of his New Zealand teammates.
So we've seen a second, another 4 riders given the 20 points for making that catch.
So Dan Morton laps off up the front.
You go Tom
Dola
Sexton.
coming through. Nick Kyrgyzou looking through. Nick Kyrgyzou thinking, oh, I want to have a crack at the sprint.
Yeah, Toby's holding his guts as he comes off the track.
Edward
Something's
Pawson
not right for
coming
him.
through.
Nick Kyrgyzou, he takes that sprint comfortably. Keegan, George, Jack,
Edward
Dola
put a
from
lot
Western
of effort
Australia.
in there for no reward. So now we've got Hayden Smith, Jack Gillingham, Magnus Jamison and Dan Morton. Just putting some pressure on the front. Josh Greaves trying to chase them down with Noah Blennon on his wheel. Marshall Irwood on Noah Blennon. Edward Pawson is on Marshall.
Everyone else swings up, so it all comes back together again.
So Magnus slips off the front. With
He's got
Liam
Liam
Welsh.
for company.
Not a bad wheel to have. George Jackson, there we said.
That's the move he needs.
He's gotten rid of his teammates.
Well, he has, until
Then
you
Tom
see Tom
Sexton
Sexton
goes, I don't want
lighting
you
it
to
up
get
coming
across
across.
there. Yep, I want to cover you. Hayden Smith, he's trying to get across to that group as well.
That can make a very powerful group of 5 on the front as they come together. So from Australia, you've got Rowan and Liam. From New Zealand, you've got Tom and George, and Magnus in the Southland kit is that group of 5. So the main field, out of camera shot, working well together as well. So try and not let them
Hayden
get away.
Smith just missing the back of that wheel, having to fight hard. Lucas Bimmy rolls through hard. Now the group is sitting up a little bit. Keegan Hornblow gets off the front. Dan Morton needs to get on that wheel.
But no one else in the bunch wants to drop
Be good
down.
to get a toe across from Keegan, that's for sure.
Marshall
Marshall
realises
Irwood, he's had enough of that.
He's
Noah
in-
Blennon getting a free ride in behind the Australian rider there. Once again, it's funny. A lot of these guys love to chase, but they're not wanting to go off the front themselves. You know, I don't want to say lesser riders, but the more inexperienced riders. So Noah Blennon working hard with Marshall Irwood.
So we've done 100 laps, 60 to go. It's come through to get points here. So Tom will maximise it.
Keegan laps off for Dan. Comes back down. They'll become a group of 4. Dan needs to look up and have a look at these guys. Step on the pedals. Keegan might be just feeling a little bit of the pinch there. Marshall fills that gap. Noah Blennon still keeping the pressure on. So George Jackson and co. I guess that's called the front. I guess the main bunch there. It'd be interesting to see if they've just been given 20 points.
Marshall and Noah Blennon.
Noah Blennon, what an engine. He, he hasn't had any teammates out there. Toby's gone hard early, and he's been out there by himself. So now Nick Kyrgyzou, looks like has he been dropped from that group? Is he trying to ride across? Sorry, I've just missed that everything's in 6s and 7s, so I don't know where they're going to call
The largest group.
the largest group. A couple of the counties boys have just been caught. So Noah back on the front on Pickin.
They're still calling this the front of the race.
Okay, so they've still got
So what you're seeing on
half a lap
camera
to go.
is not the front of the race at this point.
So what happens there when Tom Sexton splits this to pieces? George Jackson's across here as well. Magnus Jamison trying to get a ride across. Looks like Liam Welsh is with them. So Brendan's calling front of the race with Dan Morton with the orange Cervelo T4. So there's plenty of lap riders in there as well now that are trying to hitch a ride back. So they need to get across to this next group where Dola is the front. Hunter Dalton's pulling some pretty ugly faces there. It's pretty hard for these first-year elites. They're doing a great job just hanging in.
Blake from Australia swings up without taking a turn. Suddenly doesn't realise that actually that's the balance of the group. He's got to get with them. So Noah Blanner from Queensland, he's the front running at the group. Keegan Hornblow just behind him. Are they going to catch this group just after
Keegan
the sprint?
Takes the points. Marshall for 2. Dan Morton for 1.
And I think that'll be classed as the catch.
So
that is now been counted as a catch.
So front of the race
So front of the race is now.
No, he's called 75. No, now we go. He's calling Magnus Jamison front of the race with George Jackson,
Liam Walsh,
and Tom Sexton. So life's a little bit too hard for...
Blake's come off. He's really sweaty on his arms and his shirt a lot more than the other riders for some reason. He's been working hard out there. Admittedly, these Aussie skin suits go clear, so you can tell, perspiration on them more than the New Zealand black kit, because Liam's won nowhere near as much as Blake's, but certainly showing things a little bit as well.
So, front of the race, George Jackson, Magnus Jamison, Liam Walsh, and Tom Sexton. So the main bunch just happy to roll through and off at the moment. They don't seem to be putting too much pressure on them. Is Keegan Hornblow and Noah Blennon going to go off the front, try and make life difficult for these guys? Noah Blennon, solid turn on the front, pulls half a lap, comes up. Nick Kyrgyzou rolls off.
I'm going to go no. The way the front of the group is just going through and off, through and off.
There may well be an attack. I would, as these groups start to join, Noah Blennon trying to get himself into a position. What's he going to do? Noah Blennon, there we go. Love watching this guy race. It's awesome.
So you called it as soon as the group was made to come back together with that lap being taken. Noah used that as his opportunity to go,
one of the Australian national team just soft pedaling in the front there, letting them get away.
I think that's Ronan.
I don't mean that nasty. It's good to have friends in the group, that's for sure. So look at him, he's putting his head down. No one wants to take the front. Nick Kyrgyzou
says, I'm going to go
through.
then.
We need more speed here. Noah Blennon, great job. Nick Kyrgyzou, I want these sprint points as well. So suddenly we've got a new lease of life from Hayden Smith. Is he going to try and roll Nick Kyrgyzou for those extra points? Noah Blennon takes the 5. I think everyone's on their knees. Like they just, when you look at this,
week.
No one's
sprinting for a sprint. Oh, and look, we've obviously shelled a huge number of the young riders out of the back here. Oliver Watson-Palmer is the only one left out there in the Tiometer kit, and we probably had half a dozen of the local riders in the bunch at the beginning.
Who's going to be next to go off the front? Someone needs to. And I'm surprised that the New Zealand guys haven't decided that they need to try and catch Noah Blennon. So Noah Blennon is on 101 points. So Keegan Hornblow needs to protect his 105. George Jackson needs to protect his 111. He's now taken another lap. So look for some fireworks to happen again in the next 5 or 6 laps.
And it's amazing how quickly these guys can recover at the top-end athletes with just a couple of easier laps. They've been able to take some big breaths and are ready to go and race hard again. So Oliver Watson-Palmer swings off. Dan Morton goes through now.
Isn't it amazing?
Following him.
Liam Walsh is coming 6th. He's on 85 points.
Nick Kugazu goes off again.
Good man.
Now, often we're so used to seeing Nick. He's got this phenomenal sprint on him. But he seems to be riding this in a slightly different style from normal, where he's happy to be off and attacking.
Well, he's the fittest he's ever been. He completed
You said that a couple of times.
The national road race. Yeah, he's got really good road legs at the moment.
Yep.
He's obviously a wheel 1 for the New Zealand elite men's TP team. So the New Zealanders are almost looking at some of the others, although Keegan's just sort of stepped on the pedals a bit.
So Nick had picked up 80 metres reasonably quickly. Just depends where the New Zealand boys keep pushing on the front here. Lucas Binney goes through, Noah Blennon, Magnus. Bunch all sort of splits up again.
So Nick Kugazu come through. He's going to end up getting the 5 at the end of this. Although his pedal straight. Noah Blennon, mate, I want more points. No, he laps off for Joshua Greaves. Then I'm going to try and roll Josh Greaves for 2nd place.
Liam's on his wheel.
I would think, does Magnus Jamison want anything out of this?
No, as you indicated, I think this shows that there's Jack maybe comes up, rolls a little bit to pick up a point, but no one's putting any big efforts in. So that lift and pace.
I think,
means
yeah,
that Nick
if you're down there,
is
you want to be somewhere in around Keegan Hornblow and George Jackson. They will be up the road before you know it. They need to go up the road again before you know it.
So as the pace comes off, Nick Kugazu's almost got half a lap. He's gone with that move that others have done, taking the visor off for a bit of airflow.
Noah Blennon's going again. He's back up. He keeps looking. He's got good legs today.
Eddie Pawson and Jack from Western Australia.
Tom Sexton locks himself onto Noah Blennon. So then Liam Walsh puts himself onto Tom Sexton.
Nick Kugazu is going, why can't they just sit up for a bit so I can get a bit more of a gap here?
So Keegan Hornblow putting on the afterburners. He's wanting to split things up.
And Nick looks across and goes, unfortunately, that's no good.
Nice work, Nick.
Gave it a good effort, but unfortunately the bunch just never came off tempo.
So generally when it's been quite hard like that for a few laps, look for some of Noah Blennon looking at covering the whole field again. He's got lots of height. Tom Sexton still on his wheel. Magnus Jamison comes down through. He's going to try and sneak off the front with Dola.
I think they're going to get caught out though, because it looks like Liam Walsh is going to push off the front as well.
Liam Walsh decides he wants to go alone. So now you need to be on these New Zealand riders. Who have we got? Keegan Hornblow. Time to throw the axe. What's George Jackson going to do?
So Marshall Irwood, he's leading the trio just in behind them, out of camera shot. He swings up, Jack Dola's there, Oliver Watson-Palmer with him. So they're just a few bike links off Keegan Hornblow. Tom Sexton has pulled off the front of the bunch now, got George Jackson and Noah Blennon for company, out of camera shot. So as those two swing up in the front, becomes a group of 5. But George and Keegan Hornblow and Noah Blennon are coming across pretty quick as well. So that group all comes together on the front. Oliver Watson-Palmer swings up, not realising there's a little gap behind him.
It's a strong group up the road.
Tom Sexton goes, I'm going to take a gift, boys. You went watching me. I flicked down off the bank and used the pace. I'll roll an easy lap, thank you. Take 5 points, has a look behind him as he swings up.
So
Jack Dola from Western Australia got more points again then. He's riding well.
Yeah, good bike rider. Been there or thereabouts. Who have we got? Is it George Jackson? Who is it? Or is it Keegan?
It's Keegan.
Noah Blannon needs to cover Keegan. So Noah Blannon's now in second place.
So Tom Sexton, he's up by a bit more. He doesn't particularly need to chase this. George Jackson, though, he's aware his teammate is only just behind him on points, so he doesn't want to give him a 20-point gift. Seeing if he can get across to him now.
Yep, if Keegan's going to get on the podium, he needs to get rid of George Jackson. George Jackson's going, mate, I'm not going to let you do that to me.
It's probably
Keegan laps up.
Probably a touch hard to see the points camera. It's 17 laps to go, or 16 now as they're going to come around this time. So those two have come together at the front.
Noah Blannon, here goes, mate. I need to protect my place as well, so I need to try and catch these two. Magnus Jamison goes with him.
And Tom Sexton goes, actually, I don't want to give those guys 20 points. I've got a comfortable lead at the moment, but it won't be if they take 20 points.
Marshall Irwood falls down the track. He's just starting, looks like it's starting, the week's starting to bite him. Keegan Hornblow goes, he's on the front again with George Jackson. Now Tom Sexton's going, mate, I'm chasing you down. Where's Noah Blannon? He's on the back of the next big train coming across, led by Liam Walsh.
Liam Walsh is doing a good job pulling across to this New Zealand trio in the front.
These guys, right, they know when not to ask anyone else for it. I need to close this gap. He's wanting to put pressure on other people.
As you say, it's really hurt Marshall. He's got pushed off the back. He's trying to get it back across, but he's got no friends helping him. But as the bunch sits up.
Is that Liam looking to sneak off the front again? Has a look, comes up.
So
Keegan,
who's got the legs for
Noah,
the sprint?
Tom, all leading out for the sprint.
Keegan gets out of the seat on the back straight. Noah joining him. Tom Sexton's wheel 3. He doesn't need to do anything more than follow the wheel here.
Big kick. Can he get over the top of him? He does.
Can.
Noah Blannon's been a real handful.
So he helps cement his second place position a little bit more.
Jack Gillingham finding life a little bit too tough. Tom Sexton just goes in, checks out the eyes of Noah Blannon. Now he just gets himself a sneaky 10 metres. Tom Sexton's going, mate, you guys, don't give me too much space, I'll take it. So Marshall Irwood has found a new lease of life. He's down in second wheel. George Jackson comes through onto the front. Magnus Jamison follows him. Noah Blannon laps off. Dola goes through onto the front.
Keegan Hornblow needs to finish a few points in front of George Jackson. That would get him on the podium.
Oliver Watson-Palmer putting some time in. Liam Walsh going hard.
Okay, if Joshua Grieve realises they're coming.
I'm going straight around the top of you. I'm using my momentum. Instantly gets out a 15-metre gap.
But
if Liam can go a K&a-half, then he's doing exceptionally well. Magnus Jamison gets out of the seat. Is he trying to kick? Is he just trying to get comfortable? So he laps off. Dan Morton rolls through the front now. Oliver Watson-Palmer and Joshua Grieve are trying to get across to Liam Walsh.
Liam has put in a huge effort to come through. He is half a lap up at the moment.
He's got a kilo left.
The group's not super motivated about having to work because it won't change the points result.
Nick Kurgazoo building speed for the main group.
They're catching the two in front that Liam Smith passed.
People are lapping off left, right and centre. They can't live there in the speed that Kurgi's trying to pull this back. Dola coming through second place. So Keegan, Marshall, Noah Blannon And then looks like Tom Sexton.
So Liam Walsh is about 50 metres off the front of the group.
With 2 laps to go. They're going to have
And
too
that's
much speed.
hurting.
The poor fella, he's done so well. He's swinging like a dunny door. What a ride. Now, Australian. Who's the Australian rider? George Jackson on his wheel. George Jackson comes up and around the outside. Gets rid of him with 1 lap to go. Keegan
Banks his
Hornblow.
handlebar.
Keegan Hornblow wants the 10 points. Can he get on top of George Jackson?
Depending on where these two finish, will decide a medal. So it's going to come down to them giving
Keegan's
everything.
throwing everything at him. He doesn't quite
George
get him.
takes a
George
little
Jackson
wheelie.
throws a little wheelie.
So George will stay just in front and he will stay on the podium. Tom Sexton takes the win comfortably. Great ride by him.
Tom
Just took too
Sexton
many laps.
has had good legs all week. Noah Blennon, big shout out to you, my friend. What a ride.
A big shout out to obviously a number of young guys who did a great job at actually making the finish. No mean effort to survive that many laps at this intensity.
Absolutely. And I guess as their bodies adapt, they'll recover faster. Wonderful racing.
So it looks
The
like
young guys have got the speed. They just make crucial errors or critical errors at crucial moments, you know. It's where they just don't quite get on the correct wheel. You know, they just hesitate for half a second. Whereas when you look at the guys that are doing it and are paid to do it week in, week out, they
can make those decisions.
Absolutely. And
Lucky
they
to think
do it at speed, you know.
Yeah, they've still got some blood going to their brain, unlike, as you say, some of the others where every ounce of oxygenated blood is in their legs and it just gets that much harder to make those quick decisions. Hey, so that's the last race of the morning. There is the prize giving for that points race
New
shortly.
Caledonia wins the T.
That's Queensland, South Australia.
Yeah, so New Caledonia 47%, Queensland 21, South Australia 23, Western Australia with 9. So good job for the New Caledonian team.
Damien will get down in there and he will find that team and give them a Velo X t-shirt. So shouting out, I don't know where we're up to, but I know Damien was trying to get as many subscribers as he could. Big thank you to the Australians and others watching from around the country. He went from about 400 to just under 1,000 when I last heard. So if you do have a YouTube subscription and you can push the subscribe button, do that. He is seeing how many likes he can get up to. Hey, but just before we go to prize giving, let's just shout out and thank those big sponsors of this event. So GJ Gardner Homes, the Waipa franchise, coming on to support this event, the 2026 Oceania Track Championships. So big thank you to them. If you're in the Waipa and you're considering building a new home, please go and see them and acknowledge that you're considering it. And acknowledging Skoda, global supporter of cycling. They've also stepped up and been supporting this event. So they've got a couple of really flash EVs in the market, both sides of the Tasman. So consider getting out and checking out those. I'd like to thank the Waipa Council. Would like to thank Acre Farm, who's got all those lavender products. Who have I missed? Oh, Amber Nursery. So if you need plants and you're in the Waikato, come down and see them. Just across the road for the velodrome. Great cafe there as well, Mike was pointing out. Very friendly staff. Thank you to Fresh Choice Leamington, coming on board, supporting this, and the National Track Champs. Really appreciate their support. So, well-stocked supermarket over in Leamington. Get over there and support them. Subway needs no introduction. Great healthy food. So when you need your sub for lunch, get in and support them. They've been proudly supporting this event. Hey, big thank you to Mike Davis, who has been here commentating for a number of days. Really appreciate his insights. No, he's an expert, he's a coach, he knows a lot of these riders personally, and so just been around the sport for a long time and great to have all his experience. So that wraps up this morning session. We are back at 5 o'clock this evening for the final session. That will round out the omnium. So we've got the junior women and men who will be back for the elimination race. We'll see the elite men and women do their time trial. We'll then get omnium points race finals for the junior women and men. We'll then get the junior women and men keirin finals. And then rounding out the day is the elite women's points race, which I'm sure will be another fast event over 25Ks. So thank you for watching. Hopefully you've enjoyed seeing friends and family in the racing. And yeah, coverage will start again at 5. The stream will stay on that camera just while we wait for the prize giving to kick in.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the infield here. We have managed to track down the New Caledonia rider. I'm not sure who it is. Who we got here?
My name is Keirin Moutri.
Kerry?
Keirin, K-E-R-Y-L.
All right, how's the racing been?
Hard. It's my first year in Elite, so it's as hard as I expected it to be. So
It's great to have you here either way. Hey, did you realise we were running a poll on the live stream if who gets the VeloX t-shirt?
yeah, I saw that on the YouTube. Oh, that's why I saw that and I voted for it for New Caledonia.
That's the idea. Let's get everyone at home to vote for the teams, and this session New Caledonia's won. So here is the VeloX t-shirt.
Thank you very much.
You can choose to keep it and not tell anyone, or you can talk to the team. You can share it.
I'm going to give it to my staff because they deserve it more than me.
It's good. How have you found being in Cambridge? Good?
So, yes, it's very good. I went here a few times and I want to live here, so I like it.
Who's at home watching?
Almost no one because my two parents are here with my little brother. So I think there was only my grandparents who are watching the live stream.
You can give them a wave.
Bye.
Okay, what's up? Something more tonight? More racing?
No, I'm done for this week.
So you can come back and relax?
I don't think so. I'm going to sit with my coach just after the chat.
Okay. Hey, great to have the team here. Great to see you racing. Hope you had a good time.
Thank you.
All right. See you. All right, let's keep going this way. Looking to see who else is around. Here's the coaches from the New Cali team. Coaches, job well done. Nice work. Looking to see who I've got as riders roaming around here. Can't quite spot some of the people I was trying to see. Let's head into the Queensland pit here. See who we've got. Hi Queensland team, it's your turn. How's it going? Who we got here?
My name's Toby Jones.
Toby Jones. I've heard a lot about you. I've had the odd correspondence with your dad as well, I think. Hey, how's the racing begun?
Yeah, it's good. First time in elites, so just sort of trying to adjust to the step up from 19s. It's pretty different, so yeah, just trying to wrap my head around all the much quicker bunches, big fields. Everyone's, technically on point, so you just gotta, try and rack my head around that the best I can at the moment.
Yeah. What's the family doing at home? They're at home, I assume. They're not here?
Yeah, they're at home. Not sure. They're probably going out for brekkie or something, just relaxing, enjoying the time off without me there.
That's good. And what's on this afternoon? Anything?
I got kilo final in the afternoon session. Just had points race.
Ladies and gentlemen,
hopefully put together a
medal
nice ride to
ceremony
finish off the competition.
for the men's.
It's great. Hey, it's great having such a big team here. Great to see the Queenslanders here. We're going to hand over to the team upstairs back to the presentations.
Waipa.
All good?
First place, Lindsay Pyle from
Sweet,
Timothy
thank you.
Sports Cycling.
Right, we'll take the camera over there.
Congratulations, Lindsay. The medal ceremony for the men's C5 individual pursuit will now take place. Medals presented by Dominique Pardue, assisted by Harry of GJ Gardner Homes Waipa. First place, Gregory Marfell from Cycling New Plymouth. Congratulations, Greg. The medal ceremony for the men's C2 individual pursuit will now take place. Medals presented by Dominique Pardue and Harry of GJ Gardner Homes Waipa. In second place, and winner of the silver medal from Morrinsville Wheelers, Josh Freer. And winner of the gold medal and Oceania champion from Morrinsville Wheelers, Thomas Zabo. Congratulations, Thomas and Josh. The medal presentations for the men's C3 individual pursuit will now take place. In second place and winner of the silver medal representing New Zealand, Devon Briggs. And in first place and winner of the gold medal and the Oceania champion representing Australia, Corey Boddington. The medal presentation for the men's B tandem individual pursuit. In first place and winners of the gold medal and Oceania champions, Keirin Andrews with pilot Nathan Bunn, representing Whangarei Marsden Wheelers. Congratulations to our champions. The medal ceremony for the women's B tandem will now take place. In first place and winners of the gold medal and 2026 Oceania champions, Emma Foy with Jesse Hodges, pilot, Cycling New Zealand. Congratulations to our champions. The medal presentation for the elite men points race will now take place. Medals presented by Dominique Pardue of GJ Gardner Homes. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing New Zealand, George Jackson, who also picks up a medal for the 100-metre sprint. Nice job, George. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing Queensland Academy of Sport, Noah Blannon. In first place, the winner of the gold medal and the 2026 Elite Men's Points Race Oceania champion, representing New Zealand, Tom Sexton. Congratulations to our champion and medalists. That concludes the medal ceremony for this morning session. Racing underway again, 5 p.m. The final session in what's been a great week of Oceania Track Championships.
Hi everyone, that does indeed close out session 1 on Saturday. I wish it was Friday, no, maybe not. It's Saturday, the last day of the Oceania Track Championships. Tonight, the last session, don't miss it. Hey, thanks to everyone voting on the VeloX t-shirt. That has gone to a great home, New Caledonia. Awesome, lovely to see it heading up that way. We'll have one more tonight. The last and final session, there'll be another bit of VeloX kit up for grabs. In the meantime, you can go and put your feet up and relax and get ready for the last and final session.
Power to keep sport and recreation safe and fair
is in all of us.
As one team, we can help prevent harm, especially to our tamariki and rangatahi.
Harm can mean abuse, discrimination, or not playing it straight.
So if you see something that's not tika,
or need support raising integrity standards,
the Sport Integrity Commission, Te Kahuro Nui, is here to help.
out here,
in here,
wherever we play.